I hope you are all doing well. We got a few things to talk about today before we dive into Final Fantasy 15, and hopefully we get the last Royal Arm today and we make it to Altissia. I last time on Dragon Ball Z, I crashed out at Castle Mark because it is I mean, for starters, I am like a little bit underleveled as I go in there, but also like the fights just seem, I mean, maybe I just suck bad at the game, but the fights just seem ass in design. Black Lion Guard, thank you so much for the tier 1, brother. Appreciate you for everything you do. But yeah, the fight design in there is just so atrociously bad. And yeah, the Iron Giant was a great enemy in Platinum Demo when there's a single Iron Giant. And like, it seems like when you use the shield, it doesn't stun the Iron Giants in this game quite like it did in Platinum Demo. I don't know, man. So much of the action stuff is like kind of off in this game. Good afternoon, King. Have you been fucking with the recent season of Invincible? Oh my god, Skylian, do I fuck with this recent season? Oh, god, it is definitely by far the best season thus far. My god, it's been so fucking good. It's been brilliant even. It's amazing. Best season of anything I've watched in a long time. Catching up on the recent VOD was a roller coaster. You definitely made things a bit harder on yourself. Though I will say that dungeon isn't what I call well designed overall. It is kind of it is kind of a choice that they made when they made that dungeon, for sure. Do you think it was a good idea to unlock to lock Armiger Unleashed behind getting all the Royal Arms? I think it's kind of a waste. I think it was definitely a waste. And the reason I think it's a waste is because the whole point of Armiger Unleashed was to address the criticisms about how bad Armiger was in the base game. So why didn't they just get rid of the original Armiger? You know what I'm saying? Like, it kind of didn't make any sense, right? The whole point was that, like, hey, people, we got feedback. People didn't like how Armiger controlled. I'm using the word controlled very loosely here because you don't really control Armiger. You kind of just explode in any random direction when you hit the button. And so there's not really much control that happens, I would say. I wasn't really into the last season of Invincible, but maybe it's worth picking up again this season. Oh, dude, Black Lion Guard, trust me. Like, trust me. You will fucking love it this season. Yeah, I found a lot of the optional dungeons ridiculously long and tedious. Yeah, they fucking are. 100%. You know, honestly, we can just put on, like, the invulnerability suit that this game gives you for some weird cursed reason, and then just use that and, like, be able to get through the dungeon. Like, we could superpower through it. It'd be so easy. Because I think you have, like, I don't remember how it works, but basically it makes you invulnerable for a period of time. I don't remember how long it actually works. Also, I think I wanted to talk about something else before we get to Omen. Let me pull that up. This isn't like breaking news or anything, but I just think it'd be fun to talk about. Well, actually, let me see. What should I use for this? We'll use this right here. If I could do that. And then perfect. So let me pull this up on the screen. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Give me one sec. Ta-da! Final Fantasy VII Remake? Isn't that game 6 years old? Yes, it is 6 years old today even. It is the 6th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII Remake. Holy crap, does time fly by. So, feels like just yesterday, I know, right? Like, you want to talk about, like, the aging audience of Final Fantasy? Bear in mind, I was in my 20s when this game came out. 6 years ago, I would have been 28. So it is funny to think that Square is like, oh no, our aging audience. But I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, dude, everyone was 20 when this came out. You know? And I was like early 20s when Final Fantasy 15 came out, right? So I was kind of in that range that they're talking about now, where they're like, oh man, we wish we could have, you know, the younger audience. We were there. We were there. And now the series still isn't complete. And most people who were in their 20s when this came out are now 30. I was mid 20s. Yeah. So then now you're 30, right? So now you're closer to the average gamer demographic. But yeah, I just wanted to. This is a prime example of a game taking too long. I mean, yeah, I mean, even, and it's fast too. That's like actually the thing, is that this is actually pretty damn fast, all things considered. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it's not. It was 4 years later, which, considering most video game sequels nowadays, that is actually on the faster side of things compared to pretty much everything else, right? And I don't feel like part 3 is going to take like a really long time. But my God, man, if you really think about it, late PS4 game spanning the entirety of the generation for the PlayStation 5, and then we're going to get the third part. Basically, I feel like part 3 could be cross-gen, right? Because if it's coming out next year, PlayStation 6 will kind of be on the horizon, which is insane to think about. Like, I can't even fathom PS6. But guys, PS5 turns 6 this year and then 7 next year. So it kind of is time for PlayStation 6. And, you know, combine this with like the AI gold rush, and with the way the tariffs on hardware is currently standing, and all these different factors of the market. Yeah, PlayStation 6 is going to cost $1 quadrillion. But all this being said, it really is fun to look back and remember this game. My history with this game is so funny and so unique. I still have so many conflicting emotions going back to this first part of the trilogy. As you guys may or may not recall, when this game came out, I crashed the fuck out at the ending. I did. I crashed out at the ending. I was like, what are you doing? This shit sucks. It's not a remake. I was like, the Arbiter is a terrible idea. What are you doing? And I crashed out. I crashed out hard. I crashed out super hard. I remember the crash out and then the audience backlash. Okay, the audience backlash is kind of funny now, because what is funny is that I would say most people, not most people, I would say a good number of people have now come to agree with me. Like when this first happened, people were like, NSP is redacted words. NSP is this and that. Not very friendly words. Not words that you say around your mother. They would say about me. Like, NSP is an idiot. That's like the friendliest, nicest, non-demonetization word I can say about all the things that were said to me when I said that. Honestly, I think that's funny now because I do think that a lot of people have like kind of come to the center on a lot of the story elements that I was criticizing back then. Not to say that everyone agrees. I'm not saying that everyone agrees. Certainly that is not the case, right? But I did run a poll just now, and there's currently 800 plus votes in. And, you know, again, this is my audience biased, but like it is kind of crazy to see how this is kind of evened out over the years versus when this first came out. Because when this first came out, yeah, I remember most people agree with you about the ending of Remake. No, they did not. No, they did not. I got ran off the fucking internet. I got ran off the fucking internet. You and Sebeweb's most controversial FF creators. I don't know if I'm controversial. I probably am actually, but I don't think I actually say anything like intentionally controversial. I would say that I'm way more liked than not. Overall, I would say. You're controversial to your haters, so not act. Yeah, I'm like controversial to like small niche groups of people that dislike me for not liking particular Final Fantasy games or like particular directions for things. But I don't think that like outside of that I'm broadly like controversial or anything. At least in my experiences. Maybe I am. I don't know. I don't know. But I also kind of get it because, you know, I say a lot of shit. So, I mean, you don't go out of your way to be inflammatory or anything. So I wouldn't consider you controversial in the slightest. I don't think you are genuinely. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you guys notice, I basically try to word things to avoid controversies as much as humanly possible. I try to stay in like the realm of reality and consensus, and like I also don't really try to deny people anything, right? Like I don't try to sit here and say that anyone is wrong for anything, or that that there is a bad way of thinking about the series or anything like that. I really just try to present, you know, what it is that I personally am thinking. And if you disagree with that, that's fine. I really can't convince you of everything. And ultimately, I'm not trying to convince you to not like stuff, like to not have your joy, right? I always think that, I think that actually convincing people to not like stuff is like a soulless, like a soul sucking job, right? Like it sucks. I wouldn't want to convince anyone to not like something. Maybe every now and then I will convince you to look at something different or for the better. But, you know, ultimately, my goal is just to like, to help people understand different viewpoints, you know? I otherwise, yeah. My memory of 2020 remake discussion was great game, but not sure about the ending, but hopeful. But it definitely became more positive over time. I think that's actually like interesting, um, in the sense that as I talk to people, it does seem that everyone has a different memory around the reaction to 7R. For me, it you tried to convince me on Facebook that 16 was good, but you made it up with E33. That's funny. Um, what the fuck was I saying? That caught me so off guard. Um, oh yeah, everyone seems to have. Oh, that's Austin. Oh shit, that's really funny. Hello, Austin. um, everyone really does have like a different memory of what the reaction to like Final Fantasy VII Remake's ending first was, and I do think that that's really funny, right? But I will say overall, despite a lot of that stuff, I would still say this is like a really good Final Fantasy game. And like overall, I would still say this and Remake, and this is kind of a contentious statement, but I would still say that this and Remake are some of the better Final Fantasy games ever made. Whether they're some of the best Final Fantasy stories, whether it's like it stacks up to the original, I feel like is an entirely different discussion that we could have. But yeah, I would still say that overall, these are still kind of like the S tier of like Final Fantasy games. Like for like, there's like no question. Whether it's your taste in storytelling, I feel like is gonna be like a lot more subjective and a lot more contentious. But like, yeah, technically speaking, these are still kind of like the best FF offerings that you can get right now. As actual video games, they are way up there as a play experience, right? Yeah, I love both as a full package for different reasons. Yeah, I know for sure. Yeah, I would still rank them very highly, for sure. Um, Overall, looking back, I still weirdly kind of love this game. I do. I'm sorry. I kind of weirdly love it. Um, at first, I feel like the ending and like a lot of the story direction kind of just made me see red so badly that I was like, you know what? Fuck this game. Over time, however, I think like what I value in a video game kind of deepened. And I think that part of this has to do with just age, right? I think that like going from like your 20s to your 30s, like a lot of things in your value system kind of change and solidify around that age. And also too, your brain like reaches like full maturity like at like 26. Um and so I kind of look back on this and I'm kind of like, dude, this game is still awesome to play. Like it's still like cutscene direction is still amazing. The battles are still amazing. I was replaying a good chunk of it for the modding video that we did. And genuinely, I was having a great fucking time going back and revisiting a lot of the sections of this game. And it's honestly like really fun. Now, does the story get really, really, really fucking like silly at times? Does it get to like places where it's just like, you know, what were they thinking? And like absolute, you know, debatably downgrades from the original story. Like, I don't think there's any question. At least for me personally, yeah. That is definitely a thing that happens within these games, for better or worse, that I'm just like, dang, it could have been better there. But you know, ultimately, I still think this is a damn good one, Chad. It's a damn good one. I think the battle system that they created here, especially, is kind of the battle system that I had kind of have been wanting from Final Fantasy my whole life, and I just didn't know it. Right, because I really wanted like a more Kingdom Hearts style Final Fantasy gameplay, right? And I think that I kind of wanted that since KH2 Final Mix, and I played that game on critical mode with my modded PS2, and and it was an amazing experience back in the day. And ever since then, I was like, man, a Final Fantasy game like this would be awesome. And we thought we were going to get that with Final Fantasy Versus 13, which never actually happened, right? The chipped PS2, good old days, brother. It wasn't even the chipped PS2. What I did was I had like the fat PS2, and it was like the little thing that you hooked inside of the fat PS2's disk drive, and you used it and you pulled out the PS2's disc, and then you did the disc swap. And it was hella ghetto because you had to take off like your PS2's front plate and then swap it with like another like plate, or like actually just like, no, you didn't even swap it with another plate. Once you took the faceplate off, it was just like hanging. So your PS2 like looked like part of its face was missing. Yeah, and you use like this like credit card shaped like thing, and you hooked it out. And then once the DRM was bypassed, your PS2 became region free, and you could run homebrew or anything else. It was great. Yo, is this the night autistic prince everyone's talking about? Yeah. Apparently so. Apparently so. I might be living up to the namesake, because this video I'm working on is like so hyper specific, like so incredibly like niche topic, that I'm just like, as I'm working on it and I'm like nerding the fuck out, and I'm like, this is the coolest shit ever, I'm also thinking in the back of my head, like, nobody fucking cares. But it's going like really deep into like FNC. So I kind of dig into like some Final Fantasy 13 stuff and some Versus stuff and Verum Rex and Kingdom Hearts, and like it all ties together. And so for those of you who are like really deep into like PS3 era lore, it's going to be like the ultimate kind of exploration of that sort of thing. So yeah, if you're into Final Fantasy 13 or Kingdom Hearts or FF15, I think you'll find this video really interesting, because basically I kind of tie them all together in like a way that's I don't think anyone else has done. But I also think that like as I make this, I'm like, who the fuck cares? But I also think that like if I care, I guess someone else does. I don't. So we care, bro. Okay, good. Because some people are like, are you making another Versus video? I'm like, dude, I discovered so many things while working on that one video that are out of the scope of that video, that are insanely niche topics, but I just find deeply interesting, that I feel like you guys will find it interesting, hopefully, maybe. Anyways, ultimately for Final Fantasy VII Remake, I am looking forward to the third part. I don't know how the hell they're going to wrap this story up. I don't know how the hell they're going to tie all this together. And then also part of me just doesn't care, right? I think that it's been a long time since I felt this strongly about Final Fantasy gameplay and like enjoying the actual experience of an FF game, and like the strong way in which the 7R trilogy has provided to me, that at this point I'm just like, yeah, whatever, man. I enjoy the characters and the interactions and the world and the spirit of it enough to just be like, whatever. For me, it's kind of its own thing. The FF7 OG is also its own separate thing. and I have come to a way in which I can compartmentalize them as their own things. So yeah, I'm super excited for the third part, and I think this journey has been amazing looking back. Any idea of when you'll do the stream with Asset Rain Comics? There was also another big data miner for FF15, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that's Luthus Nox Foray. But we'll be speaking to Asset Rain soon. He's interested in coming on for sure. I just need to like nail down a date with him because I'm sure he's quite busy as we've chatted. But he is the coolest guy ever. Sometimes I shoot him ideas on certain topics, or I ask questions, or see if he knows anything about certain topics on Versus 15 era stuff, and he answers them really, really well. So, and he usually has some type of insight that I just previously wasn't even thinking about before. So, I want us to watch the Omen trailer, and I want to talk about some of the stuff in the Omen trailer. So the Omen trailer was a trailer that was released when Final Fantasy 15 went gold. So Final Fantasy 15 went gold in October, and this trailer was released alongside of it. I'm assuming that this trailer was done before that. It was done back when the game was originally supposed to launch, which was 2 months prior, and they probably just sat on it into the point of where they felt like they were going to launch the game. So, you know, there's a big question about this trailer, or rather, there's a lot of questions about the Omen trailer. Because what the Omen trailer is explained to be is that this trailer is basically said to be an omen that Noctis's father, Regis, gets about what will happen if he doesn't send the bros alongside Noctis, right? So if he doesn't send the homies, then Noctis will like fall to darkness and be manipulated by Arden, and that will cause him to lose sight of the journey, and then for some reason he battles Lunafreya, and yeah. The problem is, though, is that it still doesn't kind of make any fucking sense. It still doesn't make sense. And I'll talk more about this, but I believe that this is basically part of an earlier script of Final Fantasy 15 that did not reflect the final game. I remember seeing this trailer and thought it was so awesome. It's so weird how the trailer has nothing to do with the game. Right. So leading into Final Fantasy 15's launch, a lot of people were like, well, the final Final Fantasy 15, the finalized game of FF15 didn't seem like it had anything to do with the original concept for Versus, right? And so when the Omen trailer came out, everyone was like, oh, bro, this is still Versus. That's the impression people got. And it's really, really easy to see why people think that whenever you go back and watch the trailer. I think the trailer was outsourced to the studio that made the Assassin's Creed trailers. Yes, that's correct. Which might be why they got the collab in 15. They might have been commissioned earlier in development and didn't have enough time to pivot direction as 15's story changed. So not only do I believe that you're correct, I also believe that explains every single facet within all of the Final Fantasy 15 projects, right? Like, basically, they were all wrote at a time where the game story was rapidly changing. And so if you really dig into them, there are little details that give you clues. Some are big details that add up to basically be like, that actually does not make any sense with this story. And I was rewatching this trailer recently, and what made this not make sense for me is the ending. There is a line at the end of this trailer that so strongly does not make fucking sense with this story. Maybe it will. Maybe one of you will be able to point it out to me. But it so strongly does not make sense with this story that I feel like it is like the ultimate red flag for the fact that they changed the entire script. Okay, this is a crackpot theory. It's clearly wrong. But what if they had this trailer for like several years, which was meant for verses, and that even Luna was meant to be Stella, but they changed the model because it was cheaper to swap some assets? I don't know because, I mean, the car looks finalized. Maybe they swapped the car asset. You can see Insomnia behind Noctis, and it's actually kind of hard to say. I don't know, actually. But it does seem pretty Versus era coded, but I don't think that was the... I don't know, actually. Let's watch the trailer, and then I'm going to point out the part to you guys that I think does not make any sense with the final game script, to the point of where I think it, like, just the whole red flag about, like, this thing not meshing with the final game. The song was a banger for this one, at least. 100%. Is the red flag what the crystal, perhaps Bahamut's is religious? Yes. 100%.
To crown the King of Light is the calling of a crystal. Only the true king, anointed by the crystal, can purge our star of its scourge.
Okay, actually hold the fuck up, right? Hold up. This already doesn't make sense. Maybe I just don't know the lore well enough and I need to look this up. But why is Luna's ghost... Why is that happening? Why is Luna already a ghost here as Noctis is leaving Insomnia? Why is she a ghost? Why is she a ghost, chat? Like, literally. This makes no sense with the final game's narrative. Is she observing him from a distance? Yeah. Is she astral projecting? Maybe. But does she do this in the game? And is it ever hinted that she does this? In the final game, Luna dies after the party stops seeing the car. It makes no sense. Right. Luna is the protector of Noctis. Yeah. So maybe she's watching over him through Prina, because after this cut, when Noctis then looks back, he sees Prina. And Prina is evil in this trailer. Like, I suppose Prina is supposed to be Arden, and Arden is manipulating him through, like, this shape-shifting thing that Arden does in the main game. So My assumption is that this is Arden, but like, yeah. So it's supposed to be like the fake Prina, but then how does that actually make sense? Also, when bro crashes the car, how does the tire come off? Okay, that's just me being nitpicky, but like, how does the tire come off? Like, really? I don't think I've ever seen some shit like that happen, especially in like a royal high tech car. It's supposed to be a Batmobile. Okay, this is not actually part of like me analyzing this, but it is still still like a legitimate question of like how the fuck this is even possible. Because the physics don't physics to me too well. Um, anyways. Is this desert location a place in the game? What location is this supposed to be? Right? Like what is this? What location is this in the game? where is this in the actual game? And like what is this is like a boat. Right? Like this is like a boat. In Altissia, maybe you're right. There are boats around and then there's sands. Surely it's not meant to be an actual location, right? Maybe it's not. I want to say maybe it's not meant to actually be a real location, and that this is supposed to be maybe symbolic of the journey to Altissia, right? Like, yes, it's Altissia, but the water is sand. Right. Maybe this is supposed to be symbolic. So let's be charitable and say this is meant to be a symbolic look at Noctis's journey to Altissia. But even still, that's kind of crazy because it does make you think that there's going to be this area in the game, but then there is not. So I don't know. You can argue it might be Altissia or whatever it's left of it, since there's boats everywhere, even in the background. Yeah, that's my assumption. Squall UA, thank you so much for the tier 1, brother. How you doing? Hope you've been all right. Could this be early concepts for a dried up Altissia? I would say, like, if I had to take a stab at it, that would be my guess. NSP, it's the AC Origins crossover. It's FF16's Dalmekian Republic. So true. Oh my god, dude. That's fucking funny. Like, I don't even know. Alright, let's continue. Right, and it like leads into like a portal door. Oh shit, hold on, actually. Okay, so it is Altissia. It's Altissia dried up. Because you can see the corner of the building. Yeah. So it definitely is Altissia. And when you can see the boat better. Yeah. Okay. So this is Altissia. Okay. Never mind. We're tripping. You can see that this is Altissia. It's the same boat from Altissia. The building's in the background. It's meant to be dried up Altissia. So the early concepts of a post-Leviathan water draining were true? Wow, that was actually an early concept? I didn't even know about that. And the boat has a portal, apparently? Yeah. I'm assuming that the boat having a portal is just meant to represent, like, the dreamlike nature of this entire thing, right? And also, too, it's important to realize that This is a crystal giving Regis this vision that he's having here, right? Oh, Kiseki couple, hello. How you doing? Hope y'all are well. But this is a vision that Regis is getting from the crystal, which, if you guys recall, there are two things that can give you a vision in FNC lore. And they're also the same two things that can make you a l'Cie. Either a crystal or a fal'Cie. And so there is still kind of remnants here of essentially the line of Lucis being a line of l'Cie, basically. These words and lore, man, I feel like I'm having a stroke. Wait till I drop my video. If you think you're having a stroke now, brother, you know, when I drop this video, you guys will really be tweaking. Either the crystal or Bahamut is synonymous with a fal'Cie. Makes me wonder just how much FNC-isms were planned to be kept before Matsuda went fuck you. Yeah, there's still technically a lot of FNC-isms, like, kind of in the game still, I would really argue, to a large degree. Because what's the thing that happens when you complete your focus, chat? What's the thing that happens? When you complete your focus, you are granted eternal life. Right? Is that not the case with the Lucii? They're granted eternal life. And so ultimately, you know, this is still an FNC game, not explicitly, but if you look at Final Fantasy 15 thematically, it's still Fabula Nova Crystallis, like 100%. Like, it's still an FNC game. And think about the Royal Arms, for example. The Royal Arms are essentially Noctis reaching through the unseen realm and pulling out the ghosts of his ancestors who manifest themselves as weapons. So, like, even the idea of the unseen realm and those sorts of concepts are still inside of Final Fantasy 15. It just screams to me that even FF15 was meant to be an FNC game. Like, even after the shift from Versus 13 to 15, right, like, they were still considering a lot of those elements because the game was so heavily wrote around FNC that there was no easy way to decouple them and it not just become flat out a different story. And still, that's ultimately what happened. But because, again, they were working with the same concept, a lot of FNC things have wormed their way into Final Fantasy 15, even though they tried to get rid of most of them. So, you know, it's still there. Not super detailed on FNC lore, but I wonder if Noctis and the rest of his family were branded as l'Cie by Etro and received power to see the light of expiring souls, among other things. And then he has to carry out some mission related to Etro's gate to fulfill his focus. That is 1000% the actual, like, story of Versus. And we dive deep into this in our video, but yeah, that is definitely what Versus was trying to do, is that ultimately the line of Lucis is basically a line of l'Cie, and the people who could see the light, the converging souls that were expiring, that were going up to Etro's gate, those were basically Noctis, Stella. They're like the l'Cie of Etro, more or less. And this isn't like a unheard of concept, because this is what happens to lightning in 13.2, where lightning also becomes the Lycia of Etro. So after Muin dies, Brunefelza, basically Muin's Benevelza's mother, right? And Brunevelza kills Muin because, he kills Muin because Muin created death in the universe, right? So he's like, Benevelza's basically like, bitch, why the fuck did you create death? That's such a terrible idea. And so he banishes Muin to the unseen realm, right? So arguably Muin's like the real goddess of death. But then Brunevelza makes Etro, but then he fucks up and like he makes Etro accidentally look like Muin. And then he's like, fuck, I didn't mean to make you look like Muin. I hate her. So he's like, I'm going to banish you to the unseen realm. And then what happens is Etro tries to get like Brunevelza's attention, and then she basically kills herself. And then like Lindsay like sees her like spill her blood, and then Lindsay takes her blood and makes humans. And then Etro from the unseen realm bestows chaos in humans' hearts. And that is basically how humanity is made in like FNC lore. So, anyways. Another thing about this too is that as we go back, there was definitely meant to be this idea of, or like the idea in this trailer of Noctis chasing this ghost, right? And I do feel like this idea of him chasing a ghost is kind of a holdover from maybe like Versus, or like one of the ideas from Versus. Because one of the rumored stories for Versus was that Stella was already dead at the start of the game, and Noctis was essentially like in love and chasing this ghost. No one really can say how real that is, but the fact that he is chasing this ghost in this trailer does kind of call back that idea. And then he's just chasing the dog. This is so fucking sick, by the way. Another reason that this just kind of strikes me as weird is that I would like for you to recall that Arden in Kingsglaive wanted Noctis and Luna to be wed. He was the one who came up with the idea of them being married in the first place. That was his idea. Vonti, thank you so much for the super chat. What if the crystal they were protecting was what's left of a person after they completed their focus? What do you mean, like the crystal of Lucis? Or like which crystal are you talking about? For clarity, so I could pontificate on that. Actually, I know what this trailer really represents. Luna is Versus and /15, and Noctis is Matsuda. So since Arden wanted Noctis and Luna to be married, I'm just like confused on why in this version of events now Arden is Prina, but then he's also the ghost of Luna, but then he also is, see what I'm saying? Like, and I understand that this is supposed to be dreamlike, but in the context of the final narrative, this does not reflect what the game is about, like in many ways. Oh, the Lucis crystal. So, but then whose crystal would that be? Like, who would have completed their focus in order for them to have done that, right? Because the crystal was given to them by Bahamut in the first place, I believe. If I recall correctly, let me look. Magical artifact of Eos. Another crystalline structure in the world of Eos, and this is the Meteor of the Six. The crystal's the cornerstone. Said to have emerged from the planet, its role is intrinsically tied to that of the astrals and the prophesied true king. I think the intent of the crystal originally was to be evil, obviously. But yeah, given how we may now know Arden were meant to be specific, ending specific ally, I wonder if Arden trying to get Noctis and Luna married was a sign of him indirectly fighting against Bahamut's script. That might actually be true. I mean, considering that Luna was going to be a playable party member, Luna being killed by him was weird and probably a last-minute addition. They probably made massive changes to Luna and Arden last minute. I think so, too. It's just so hard to say because, like, what was always intended to be and what wasn't always intended to be. Because shit was changing basically until they fucking printed, like, the master build on disc, right? And arguably even after, they were still patching in story sequences and such. So it's just really, it's really hard to say. And we know from trailers that, like, a good maybe half of scenes that they made for this game, and I don't even mean verses whatsoever, but I mean 15, just were not in the game, right? And that's just shit that we've seen. Like, not even like shit that we don't even know about, right? So imagine the goldmine of info if an earlier build of FF15 leaks that has an older draft of the script. My God, I would love that. Square Enix would not love that. I would love it though. Damn, that's so sick. This song goes crazy, by the way. Probably gonna be struck or claimed whenever I give the VOD of this, but that's okay. It goes too hard. We need 15 too. We need 15. Oh, trailer is slightly too loud. My bad. I think we still need 15-1.
I am the chosen. Yes.
It's also interesting that Noctis is losing his powers over time. Also, what was that city when the camera... That is actually a good question. because I was thinking that in my head too, but I was kind of like, certainly that has to be Altisha. But actually, that doesn't look like Altisha. I mean, the water is there, but that looks nothing like Altisha. Chat, is this Altisha? It looks a bit Tenebrae-ish. It does. I don't know where this structure is supposed to be in. Definitely Altisha? Okay. I mean, it has to be, right? Because it can't just be more. I mean, it has to be, right? It has to be Altisha. It has to be Altisha. Maybe it's Altisha from a different angle. Brother, it's a really different angle. It doesn't look like Altisha. Compare them side by side. Okay, let's actually pull up Altisha so that we can like. But see, it can't even be beta Altisha because Altisha is like shown off in the first FF15 trailer, right? So we know like what Altisha is supposed to look like. It is Altisha, I think. Like, I guess maybe that building right there kind of resembles the actual thing. You're not muted. If you're muted, you wouldn't show up on the chat on screen. What the actual fuck? I guess it is meant to be Altisha, but like this really isn't a part of Altisha that we see in the game. Not really. I mean, I think there are some artistic liberties happening. I mean, we've seen like 3 different looking versions of Luna's face, and they're all canon. I know. I think my least favorite version of Luna's face is actually the one they went with in the final game. Because I think she looks better in Kingsglaive, and I think she looks better in the 2014 trailer. But then I don't like how she looks in like the actual game. Maybe more of Altisha's surrounding areas and cut Ocordo content. I think that's what it is. I think that this is meant to be part of Ocordo, like, that we don't really see, or like part of Altisha that we don't actually get to see because it was cut from the game. That's my guess. Technically, Altisha still isn't complete today. Yeah. Because we have evidence that Altisha was supposed to be way bigger and have way more stuff, I'm pretty sure, according to the data mines. And we just don't ever actually see all of Altisha. And I think that this is definitely Altisha, because I don't think they were going to have 2 cities on water like this, because why the hell would they? And I think that this is part of Altisha, and or part of Ocordo, and it just is cut, right? Like, there's a beach down here that you can go to, and there is no part of Altisha like that exists. Do you think part 3 will prove that Versus Remake Fully Realized will be finally feasible and realistic? Yes, but I think the question will be, will they actually let him do it? Right? Since it's become such a headache for the whole company, I guess, and it became such a, like, one of the most kind of disastrous situations for them ever. I feel like they would stop him. But I would I would hope not, honestly, because obviously I want this to happen more than anything. FF probably. The big question is just like, will they let him do it? You know, whole game was meant to be more. Yeah, true. Uh, if no one I did do versus 13 remake, I'd at least hope he tried to keep some FF15 isms. I think like elements of FF15 more. I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would take some stuff from it. Nomura did imply that Verum Rex game is coming at some point, right? But the idea of a Verum Rex game, the only thing about that is that, like, is a Verum Rex game going to be Kingdom Hearts, or is it just going to be like a standalone game that's not Kingdom Hearts, you know? Like, is it going to be its own thing? I just have to wonder how much was planned for the other continent where Niflheim is, since it can't just be Niflheim. Oh, brother. So much. So much. So much was planned. And I don't mean for Versus either. I mean for Final Fantasy 15. I've talked to Acid Rain quite a bit about this from his data mines, and essentially the way it worked was that they have changed the world map many times in Final Fantasy 15 throughout its development, right? And so the world map in 2015 did have an open world version of Accordo and Niflheim areas, right? But something seems to have happened in late 2015 that changed their entire plans for the game. And essentially, when that happened in 2015, the game that we now know as 15 was essentially born from them rushing together to finish what they had made. What I suspect happened in 2015 is that they realized there was no fucking way they could finish the game in time. And so 2015 is basically when Final Fantasy 15 truly became fucked. Like, if you want me to point to a year where this game truly and thoroughly became cooked, it was 2015. That seems to be the general consensus among the people who know this game, the ins and outs, and all the data mine stuff, is that it seems like in 2015 things got fucked, and they were like, we gotta ship. And when they got in that we gotta ship mentality, everything that could be cut was cut. And even things that arguably could not have been cut were cut. So much had to be thrown out to make November 2016. I know. And like, so much stuff that was basically finished, right? But because maybe surrounding elements of it couldn't be finished, they were like, nope, we have to get this shit out. We have to get it out now. What could have happened in 2015? Matsuda being like, you can't have more time. It could be like Matsuda being like, you can't have more time. But I think that like the 2016 release date was something that like Tabata and Matsuda agreed upon. So I don't think that, I don't even think it was that. I really do think that they just thought originally that they could have put the game together in that amount of time. And then they started doing it, and they were making good progress. And then the end of, like, the middle of 2015 hit, and then they realized that, fuck, bro, we do not have enough time We do not have enough time at all. This is the pain I had with FF13. FF13 was pretty much in a similar boat. Cocoon was supposed to have more exploration and Grand Pulse bigger with more activities. Yeah. I mean, and that's like, it sucks because this era of Square, man, this era of Square was just like, they just were so messy and so unfortunately put together in the way that they were, and they just had to rush stuff out the door because things would take so long to get things rolling, and then by the time that it did, their financial reports would be in the fucking gutter because they didn't have a game, and so they'd be like, okay, well, we need a game now, so you guys have to release whatever the fuck. That's why Nomura said it'll be 3 games. He knew he didn't have the time or capacity for the vision. Yeah. And so what Nomura did was right. That was the right take to do. Looking back, if there was anything that they could have done to make the game not as rushed, I would have at least made it 2 games, right? Like at least 2 games could have been done instead of 3. And I think that would have been fine. And even that, the second game still probably would have felt rushed in a lot of ways. But I don't think it would have made it as bad. But again, they were looking at the sales of Lightning Returns at the time. And I think that they were seeing that wasn't like, that probably wasn't like a super profitable thing to do. Right? It probably wasn't the best idea to make these 3 incredibly ambitious open world games. And so they were like, yeah, you need to fucking ship this thing now. 2 games. 1 game is Insomnia Invasion to Altissia. Game 2 is Post Leviathan to Ending. Could have worked, but SE thought FF was dead. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's crazy. I feel like they're not smart at all because they had no grasp of how much hype and how incredible the versus concept was. No, they had no fucking idea. They were just like, yeah, apparently some people want it, just get it out of the door. And I think that get it out of the door mentality probably hurt them. I mean, not even probably. It definitely hurt them so much. Right? Because this could have been like, should have been like another FF7 for them. And sales wise, 15 still kind of was another FF7. But and so that's what makes it more crazy that they were so short-term minded with this game and with this project. They were so determined to just be like, well, we just need to get this shit out the fucking door. You know, so that this quarter we can make the profits, and not thinking. And then that same short-term mindset happened again when it came to Dawn of the Future and fixing this game up, right? You know, Tabata and the team wanted to basically Cyberpunk 2.0 the game. And which is cool. A lot of people were interested in that. Not the way that most people would have preferred to have gotten the game, but I think people would have been really interested in seeing them try to end up not what was I going to say? To like try to finish the game and get it out to basically be where people wanted it. I think people would have reacted really well to that. Tabata was fired. It was done nicely done, not to tarnish him too much, in my opinion. I think that's what some people say. I don't know how true it is, but FF15 continued to sell, especially when it came to the PC version. It makes no damn sense that they would cancel it all because of Matsuda's bruised ego. Yeah, so Matsuda and Tabata did not get along at all. And so I do actually think that Matsuda canceled the 15 content, the content to be spiteful to Tabata, 100%. The issue with that though is that I think Matsuda fucked himself with that, because ultimately most of the team that worked with Tabata left with Tabata. So, like, that's also why Forspoken is like that, by the way, is because most of the people that were working on 15 left with him. So, it's not even really pretty much the entire FF15 team. Not most, but almost all. Yeah. Yeah. And so pretty much everyone quit with Tabata. Like, that's how, like, much that they didn't believe in where things were headed. So, I mean, whatever you could say about Tabata, fine. But, like, apparently his staff believed in him enough to also leave alongside of him with Dawn of the Future. In a way, 15 was the second coming of FF's popularity. They've just squandered that opportunity ever since. 1000% Skylian. It's crazy too, because I think that everything that's happening right now with like 16 and 7R is really rooted in them fumbling Final Fantasy 15, which is another reason, even aside from like the 10th anniversary stuff, why I wanted to go back and talk about this game. Because really everything that's happening can kind of be traced back to the epicenter here. I mean, debatably, because it depends on what you consider the epicenter. Because really, you can trace all this back to Final Fantasy 12. Honestly, that's when, when Sakaguchi left and Square Enix management started to become really shaky. And Matsuno says that he left for health conditions, but I always wonder if the real reason Matsuno left was kind of just because he was just fucking tired of Square management. And he was respectful by saying it was health issues, because, I mean, we're like 20, 30 years later from that point, and bro is still healthy. Mental health issues? I mean, maybe, right? Maybe. Like, that's kind of the way I read that looking back, because thinking about Matsuno, and his situation, because remember, Final Fantasy Tactics was a story that Matsuno wrote when he came into Square Enix and he saw the unequal treatment among employees and the hierarchy that was in place. And that inspired him to write Final Fantasy Tactics. Think about that, right? And then when he climbs to a higher director position for Final Fantasy 12, he leaves for health issues. I kind of do think that, and again, I don't want to say that, like, it definitely happened, but if we're just, I don't like to speculate on people's like lives that much, but like, I'll just say that I wouldn't be surprised if that was a motivation for Matsuno quitting, based on what we know, right? Because again, it's not even just Matsuno. You can look at Kazuya Takahashi, for example, with Xenoblade and Xenogears, right? And how he felt like, okay, I can't create the kind of work I want to create at Square. Then he leaves and goes to Bamco. Then leaves Bamco and goes to Nintendo, and Nintendo finally lets him create the kind of works that he wants to create with the Xenoblade series. So, NSP, the only way to fix SE is Spirits Within 2. Yeah, then they'll merge with Sega, right? After that, and then it'll become Square Sega. Regarding KH4 VRMX translation, in the original interview, Fami to KH4 issue reveal, the interviewer asked Nomura if the nameless star will appear in KH4. Then Nomura says, I wasn't sure whether the next game should be KH4 or VRMX, but she, nameless star, is originally from VRMX. Then he says, overseas, the expectation for VRMX seems to be rising. When Yuzora first appeared in KH3 Rewind, I didn't feel a welcome reaction, but it seems that wasn't the case. Okay. Interesting. Because there are definitely still Japanese videos on Versus being made. I've watched them. When is Nomura leaving Square? They treated him so badly. Canceled Versus 13 to work on KH3 and FF7 and KH3, then canceled Missing Link, then released a Dissidia mobile slot. I mean, also Duellum is actually kind of good, by the way. Cloud Strife, what's good, man? I actually do like it. Tell you about the oh, actually, I don't know. I just see like random channels in my recommended on Versus doing like content on Versus in Japanese. But the next time I come across one, I'll DM it to you. Is it something about something Nomura was passionate about? Duellum? I don't know. But I actually really fucking like Duellum. I spend like every free like second I have queuing up a game in Duellum. Duellum being NT's Battlecore mode but worse doesn't make it good. No, it's actually Dissidia NT if it was good, bro. I'm not even lying. It's the second best Dissidia game. I'm sorry, it is. It's actually legit. I fucking love that game. That's a low bar. I mean, I know. Okay, let's continue this right. God, this trailer is so fucking sick, bro. It's so sick. Evil Prina is so crazy. Also, where's Umbra, right?
I'm the chosen.
Also, yo, bro, hold on. No, go back. Hold on, let me try to get the frame. Yo, look at this fake ass fuck. Look at this fake ass fuck. Fake ass bitch. Acting like he's not evil. Like, look at me, I'm so cute. Oh no, I'm dead. Poor me. Acting like he wasn't like literally just evil, bro. Doing the possum strat, I know. Like literally like misleading you. So while we know that Noctis loses his powers temporarily, it's because of Arden and not his corruption. And why is the dog being killed by the Empire? I have no idea who or what the dog is meant to represent. I know, which is why it does not make sense. Why is the Empire killing the dog if the dog is Arden? He's staring right at the camera too. I know. It's so funny. Who is he? I don't know, dude. I do not know. I think that this is going to get even weirder actually when I release the video. And there is some stuff that is just not compatible with the final game, like at all. Like not compatible. Because there is concept art out there that suggests that Arden started the Star Scourge, which does not make any fucking sense. because Arden was the healer of the Star Scourge, unless he wasn't. Unless at some point he wasn't. Like, I don't fucking know, man. This story has changed so many goddamn times. I remember there was concept of Umbra turning into a glaive-looking person. Yeah. I mean, that was a concept originally, and so this could be from that script.
I'm the chosen.
By the way, mind you, Prina doesn't even like actually show up in the game, like much if at all. I would not blame a person for being confused about what the fuck Prino is even supposed to be, or how that dog even like relates to the story at all, because you spend 90% of the game interacting with Umbra, and then Prina kind of shows up and she represents Lunafreya. But it's crazy because when Luna dies, Prina also dies. So then it can be assumed that when Noctis dies at the end of the game, I assume Umbra dies. She shows up in 1.0 cutscene, Chapter 2, additional patched in cutscenes and episode prompto, and that's it. Right. So the role of Prina in the final game makes no sense, really. And why is Noctis following Prina here rather than following Umbra? Right? Like, why is Umbra not in the picture at all? Oh, wait, Umbra is alive in the ending? Oh, okay, that's right. Umbra is alive. So then, wait, why the fuck is Umbra alive, but then Prina dies? Prina gives Ignis a vision of in his future, showing Noctis dying when Prina dies. So, like, what does that mean? What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Dude, so much of this shit is based on things that they just did not, like, was just based on a version of a script that was not actually in the game. I don't know.
Yes.
Cerberus came in Royal Edition, right? Because there wasn't actually Cerberus in the base game, if I recall correctly. Okay, so that also is kind of a clue that this is connected to a lot of cut content, right? Because, like, literally, what the fuck? Noctis lived and had a child named Yozora. This trailer was made by the Assassin's Creed team. Yeah. Cerberus and Rulers of Yore weren't in the base game, right? Again, this connects Royal Edition to 1.0 like everything else. Yeah. I don't know why this is funny. It just is. And like, it was actually sick at first, but like, knowing the final game, it's like literally like, what the fuck does this mean? Why, like, literally, why is the dog evil? What's the thing behind him? I think it's Cerberus. Cerberus being in Kingsglaive is peculiar because it means that Cerberus isn't a demon, but an Imperial Invention. But then also not really. I have no clue what Cerberus is meant to be. What is the bestiary entry about? Bestiary has... yeah, we'll have to look at the bestiary. I forgot they even added that into the game. Yeah, that shadow, I know. The cinematography here is great. Like, it's awesome. And the demonic eyes. Arden went to the shelter and got his own dog. Yeah. And like, again, is this supposed to be Arden? And then Arden is now morphed into evil dog. The dog got Norded, right? I just don't actually understand. Maybe Prina and Umbra were once a single dog that got split into two with the constant rewrites. No, actually, I think Prina and Umbra were always two dogs. From my understanding, they were two dogs since Versus. And Prina and Umbra would transform into humans. Yeah, so Prina and Umbra are actually like a Versus 13 thing. With Prina and Umbra being two dogs, black and white, maybe their goal was something like a yin and yang approach initially or something. Right. Well, actually, I think you're actually correct, because remember that the goal of Etro is to keep balance between the seen and unseen realm, right? That's what she does. She keeps balance for the human realm. And I think with them being kind of like divine entities, like messengers of the gods, that there probably was an idea of one's black and one is white, and Noctis wears black and Stella wears white, and there was an idea of like Noctis and Stella's maybe family lines kind of keeping this balance. Of course, this is all just conjecture, because it's not like we have a copy of Versus 13 we can boot up right now. But I think it's a fair guess. Yo, I'm sorry, but oh man. Oh man. Bros, you think that's your girl, but it's actually Arden. One dog is from the realm of the living and the one is from the realm of the dead. That actually makes sense. Is FF15 a multiverse in its own game? They put out a timeline once, and they said they considered Omen to be an alternate timeline. I don't think that they explore like a multiverse type thing here, but who knows? I hope the alpha build of Versus 13 from 2012 gets leaked one day. Me too. Me too. I would love anyone to just leak all the stuff from Versus. I guess the idea is that an evil force will lead Noctis astray. Yeah, and then like, I guess that's supposed to be Arden, but then yeah, I don't know how much the idea of timelines is strictly dedicated to Final Fantasy 13 and not like a general FNC thing, because whether or not Type 0 has timelines, I think, can also be debated, but I don't think it's explicit, at least as far as we know. Back from a work meeting, but this Omen game looks pretty cool. When's it coming out? Oh, brother. It's going to be free with your purchase of Kingdom Hearts 4. But think, if the dog was Umbra instead of Prina, it wouldn't make more sense. Noctis searched for Luna, and Prina is Luna's messenger. Right. But Noctis also uses Umbra to communicate with Luna. Type 0 has cycles which are kind of synonymous. It's a time loop. Oh yeah, that's right. Type 0 is a time loop. So I guess 2 out of 3 of the FNC stories have time as a huge part of their story. So I guess it is not impossible for 15 to have that. Because the Dawn of the Future novel also kind of explores Noctis seeing a vision of Versus 13's timeline. And so in Brotherhood, Prina leads Prompto to talk to Luna. Okay. So I guess Prina leads you to Luna. But Umbra lets you riz Luna up. And that's the difference. Do you want to meet Luna or riz her up? But you can't do both. You cannot do both. Because if you do both, she will literally die. Like immediately, she will die. So you have to decide, chat. Are you going to riz Luna up from afar or are you going to meet her? But you cannot do both. Like if you stand in the same room with that woman, she will like implode. Like every molecule in her body will like immediately dissolve. So you cannot do both. So FF15 leaning into timeline, loose timeline shenanigans. Omen, Dawn of the Future, episode Ignis makes more sense than maybe assumed. You're right. There kind of already is alternate timelines. Yo, question, will you continue Castle Mark? Fuck. I mean, I do want to do it before we head to Altisha, so.
I guess I can do it.
I know, I'm sorry. But like...
I know you won't.
And like, what the hell is this? And then like, he immediately realizes that like, that was wrong. But it's this part that I want you guys to like really pay attention to. Because this is the part that I think contradicts everything. Okay.
How many must die before you are satisfied?
I have seen many deaths, but now I'm only looking forward to one. And then I can rest.
First of all, just like the first half of this. Oh, Robert Smith, thank you so much for the super chat, brother. First of all, what many deaths has he seen, right? The deaths of previous kings? I've seen many deaths, but now I'm only looking forward to one. Looking for, like, what does that mean? Okay.
He will take responsibility, you know.
It's this line. It's this line.
He will take responsibility.
He will take responsibility, you know. What is he taking responsibility for? What is he taking responsibility for? That actually does not make any sense in the final game. Like, not even a little bit. Like, not even a fraction. Like, not even 1%. That does not add up with the game that we got. Like, at all. I cannot even tell you what that's supposed to mean. But who is he in this line? Is it Noctis? Is it Arden? Is it Bahamut? Like who? No, he has to be Noctis. Like it has to be Noctis.
Responsibility, you know.
As must we all.
As must we all. And then Regis comes out.
Forgive me.
And says, may the gods forgive me. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. He was literally just talking to a god. He was literally just talking to Bahamut. So, who the fuck... Like, what gods is he talking about? He just talked to the king of the gods. So what the fuck? Rockman, thank you for the super chat. Watch we get verses in 2029. I hope you're being a prophet. I hope that Apollo has just gifted you with the gift of prophecy right now. Thank you so much. Robert Smith, thank you for another super chat. Words didn't appear in my super chat. I asked, where's this footage from? Oh, okay. Thank you. It is from the Omen trailer. It is a trailer that released 1 month before Final Fantasy 15. If you'd like to check out this footage, simply Google YouTube FF15 Omen trailer, and it should come up. I think it's mostly just a lack of communication between studios and the animation studio having creative liberties. That's also possible. The ultimate fake trailer. Maybe so, man. But I think what really happened, honestly, is just that this just reflects an entirely different version of the script. I think that's what it is.
How many must die before you are satisfied?
I have seen many deaths, but now I'm only looking forward to one. And then I can rest.
He will take responsibility, you know.
As must we all.
Yeah. It's also interesting, too, that Bahamut is speaking English there. He doesn't speak like a specific... Because, you know, the gods have, like, their own language. And so... so that's, like, the only time we see them kind of... I guess other than Gintiana speaking in, like, a normal... human language and not like in the language of the gods. I think he must be talking about the Lucius Kings and Oracles. Yeah. Bahamut got retconned back to speaking English in the main game, by the way. Really? Interesting. Isn't Bahamut talking about Noctis's death? And Regis is saying that Noctis will take responsibility for his family and history and for his family history and lineage. I don't feel like it's talking about that or I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's I don't know. I don't know. It's just way too hard to say. It's way too hard to say. But it doesn't feel like that actually fits. I really think we need to look at this trailer and think about the moon. I feel like there may have been a moon god at some point. I'm glad you mentioned that. Please look forward to the next upload from NSP, because we're going to be talking about that exact topic. The moon. The moon is indeed connected to the god of this world. Was. Until it was scrapped. And it was scrapped late. Later than you could possibly imagine. It was scrapped so late that there are finished cutscenes referencing the moon and the power of the moon. The moon is still in the logo, by the way. You look at the moon right here. Or that little circle behind Etro sleeping. That little circle is the moon. That's all I can say right now without spoiling the video. But I want you to think about... Bro, look up the PS4 edition. Oh, I know, because it was so fucking late in development that the moon got cut from the premise of the story that it still made it onto the PS4 edition of the game. And they even changed Luna Freya's name to Luna from Stella because the moon was so fucking important that they named the heroine Lady of the Moon, because that's what Luna Freya means. And then they changed it. So the moon is indeed quite important. I'll give you a little spoiler on it. The moon and this whole symbol right here that you see behind Etro is Etro's eye. But it's not just Etro's eye, it is also Etro's gate, which in every part of the Fabula Nova Crystallis, whether it's Type 0, whether it's the Final Fantasy 13 series, they all depict Etro's gate as an eye. So the moon was literally Etro's fucking eye, and she used the eye to look down upon her children. And that's why there are so many prominent shots of the moon in Final Fantasy Versus 13 and still left over in 15. The moon is her eye, and it's also a gate to the unseen realm. Yuzora, thank you so much again, Rockman, for the super chat. Let me see some real quick. Yuzora has a chocobo chain on his zipper, and the car is the exact same Versus 13 regalia, and those body movements, he's clearly knocked like Roxas's Sora. I agree. I think that Yuzora is Noctis's nobody, maybe. That's like a wild guess. Maybe not a nobody, but something conceptually similar at the very least. He mentions that this isn't what he normally looks like. I think that what he normally looks like is just Noctis. Etro's eye shows up through the end of Type 0, right? Yes. Etro's gate is basically synonymous with Etro's eye. They're like the same thing, and they're usually depicted as the same thing. And if you go look at Final Fantasy 13, literally anytime you see Etro's gate, it's depicted as an eye. And so, yeah. If you looked at the deluxe edition art, let's pull it up. Wait. Oh, shit. You're right. Okay, let's take a look at them. One sec. Yeah, there's a giant ass moon. There's a giant ass moon. You know, it's really funny too because in his artwork there's also Odin. You guys realize that, right? Like Odin is in the Big Bang artwork that they did, and then Odin never actually shows up in the game at all. So if we go back and look
Peggy
at the
16.
Big Bang artwork, I mean, you can like really look at it, and it's just like, yeah, you can see the moon back there, and then they recreate it, and then it goes to 3D, And it's just like, I don't know who the fuck this is supposed to be looking at it. Most of these astrals don't appear. Who is that? Titan, maybe? I don't know. Is that maybe Leviathan? And then, yeah, you can see Odin right here. You go back. Yeah, in the distance, you can see Odin. You know, it's kind of hard to make out because Amano like just draws these things in a completely different style than the way they're presented in the game. But Odin, this is definitely Odin. Like, there's no question about Odin like being here in the Big Bang. And Odin is just not actually in the game at all. Like, at all. 95% of this is completely absent in the game. Yeah, it's not even referenced in lore. I just genuinely don't know what the fuck was going on here. Given how much got reused in different ways, who's to say those demons weren't originally designed as something else? God knows the script changed enough to allow things like that to happen. Yeah, I know. And that's what's so crazy is that like we can't even identify a lot of this. And we just don't know. We just don't know, dude. It's that fucking different. And to show you guys, you know, how different things got, like, or like how late things got before kind of changing is like if we go look at the PAX or like Jump Festa 2015 trailer. So this was technically end of 2014, but like I feel like this trailer is really eye-opening, right? So this is going into 2015.
Now for the news on the recent Imperial military action in Insomnia. We bring you the latest reports from the Crown City. Nibelheim's forces succeeded in transporting the Lucian crystal out of the Citadel today.
Now, this part is like kind of a lie, right? They're just reusing Versus stuff that they had already shown. Because this is already changed behind the scenes. Like, remember that Kingsglaive began production in 2013. So this is like, and I'm not saying that they're like liars or anything like that, but like they are showing this under the pretense that this isn't like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of under false pretense, and that they knew that it was like under false pretense, and like it was moving along. Yeah, it was moving along pretty quickly behind the scenes. So they knew that this wasn't actually going to be what King Regis looked like as they were showing it off. But they had to fill the space in the trailer, right? And people had already seen this, and so it didn't feel like a risk to put it in here. And you know, this scene is vaguely still in Kingsglaive, but they were kind of showing off a lot of this stuff, even though they were knowing behind the scenes, like, yeah, this shit is not gonna actually be in there, bro.
Today, the Empire hereby
Yeah, it depends on like if you consider obfuscating the truth to be
life is returning to
a
normal
lie.
as the Empire continues to provide aid to local citizens.
The peace accord fell apart at the signing ceremony, no less.
Snakes planted that way all along.
You think everyone will be...
So this scene was like entirely removed, right? Which is a shame because I think this is actually a really good scene. But yeah.
Okay, being blasted into oblivion?
Who can say? We mustn't...
Noctis sounds so different there.
Better explanation for that. road?
Like we have a choice.
Yeah, the loose idea of the scene is still in there. This scene is like, is definitely gone. This scene is definitely gone. But what's weird is that this is like yet another showing of this scene that was like first showed off in like the E3 2013 trailer. And like Core is like standing in the background, and like that was supposed to be like the scene where he's like, do you want to know the truth? And this is also taking place in Dusky, right? Because you can see the structures in the background, and clearly it's meant to be Dusky. And so this is supposed to be like a really important scene. Core does not fucking touch Dusky at all in like the actual game, right? Hold on. Is that sword still in the game? I don't even know. Let me look that up. See if I can like see all the weapons in the game. Is that the air step sword? Okay, maybe it is still in the game. Okay. I don't think we've gotten it in our playthrough yet. I'm looking right now. Wait, no, it's not. I don't think that is in the game. I'm looking at Engine Blade 2. See, that's their step sword, and that's different. That's not the same sword. Blood Sword, Engine Blade 3, Enhanced Sword, Soul Saber, Ultimate Blade, Balmung. I forget you can get... Oh, it's only an Amazon pre-order bonus? Okay. I was like, you can get the Lightning Sword in there. Ragnarok, Sarah's Short Sword, Garuda's Gaze, Vortex. Force Stealer is so different than it was in the trailers, I think. Yeah, that sword's so not in the game, bros.
My name's Sim, head mechanic.
That's in the game. That's not in the game. That is not in the game. Oh, man. I mean, there are a million swords in the game, so honestly, who cares? No, you're right. Like, I don't really care that much about a sword design not showing up, but like, when you look through the swords, like throughout the years, there's like a lot of swords that like don't kind of show up in the final game. Actually, come to think of it, I want to say, let me check something real quick, because I feel like some of the swords even from Dusky don't even make it in the game. Where's the great swords at? Okay, I guess that one is in the game. Also, it's really interesting that this is like War Sword is kind of Gladio's box art weapon, and then that's not actually the weapon that he ends up defaulted with. It's kind of strange. Is it pronounced Noav Snow, or is it pronounced Noah V Snow? Thank you so much for the super chat. Odin and Bahamut fighting each other in Insomnia was a Versus 13 artwork. They have blue and yellow aura, which may represent Stella and Noctis. Oh, fuck. That's crazy. What the fuck? I think I remember seeing that, but it's been so long. That's like a very rare image of Versus. Helmet fighting. See if I can find it really quickly. No, but I've seen the image that you're talking about. It's a super rare image of Versus concept art. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that that artwork is just like a straight up holdover from Versus, and then everything got cut. This definitely got cut, like 100%. And then, brothers, the fucking Blood Moon. Can I send a link to something Type 0 concept art related? Sure. The fucking Blood Moon, right? And look how like horrifying some of these demons are, right? Like the one that's flying right now. The shape of that thing is like kind of disturbing, man.
Take cover here!
So the Force Stealer's design, way different. I don't understand why they changed it, because the original Force Stealer design was way cooler. That flying demon is still in the game as an NPC only in Gralia Chapter 13, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Asset just kind of thrown around, you know? The trailer has better lighting than the final game. Yeah, I kind of like the lighting here better too. It's still in Niflheim if you look at the sky. Yeah, I bet. I never seen this unused enemy design from Type 0, but it looks like they weaved Etra's gate design, which is so sick. What the heck? Yeah. It is really interesting. Also super fucking disturbing looking. Like, holy shit. When the Shin Megami Tensei is that, it does look like something from Mega 10. 1000%. Anyway, we've been chatting for like 2 hours. We need to play the game now. We need to actually play the 15th mainline title. This is making me want to attempt playing Final Fantasy 15 again. You should. You should. It is a fun game that is missing a lot of shit. A lot of shit, but it's still a game I have a lot of fun with, for sure. This is just making me sad. And I mean, you're gonna be sad in Final Fantasy 15 either way, you know. If the game actually hits for you somehow, you'll be sad. If the game doesn't hit for you, you'll be sad. If you find out what the game was supposed to be, you'll be sad. If you want it versus, you'll be sad. You're gonna be sad no matter what. So you have to get used to that. If some of these streams just become just chatting only and no game, I'm okay with that if it means we could talk about this stuff for longer. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, I like doing it too. I mean, if you guys really want this stream to even become just chatting, I mean, we can. It doesn't hurt me either way. We can always get back to playing more game later, but you guys just let me know what you want to do. All this stuff makes me curious and excited for the streams where you deep dive into all the data mine stuff. There's got to be so much stuff you haven't told us yet. There is stuff. There is stuff. For sure. For sure. There is stuff. It's kind of crazy, man. To be honest, like I'm pissed, but I also just want more of the world to know about what happened. I want you to interview Nomad, please. I want to interview him so bad, right? Maybe what I should do is tweet out, like, I want to interview Nomada. And the reason I say that is because when I tweeted out, I want to interview Hironobu Sakaguchi many years ago, like, people who had, like, knew about opportunities to interview him then started looking for interview opportunities for me and passed them along, and then I got to interview him. So I do think maybe if I just say, hey, I really want to interview Nomada, maybe somehow it'll happen. I don't know. What do you think of SE's plan for FF15 before changing verses into 15? Because the announcement for the change was a few years after 13 release. M2, thank you so much for this super chat. So, the plan originally was to make Final Fantasy 15 a complete video game, which I know sounds very like, well, no shit, bro. Of course they wanted to make a complete video game. Who the hell sets out to be like make an incomplete video game? But the game as we know it was not what the original plan was. Kingsglaive was always part of the plan as far as like 15, like Tabatus 15 was concerned. Kingsglaive was like 100% always part of the plan. But as far as like the second half of the game in particular, that was not part of the plan at all. And the second half of the game is the thing that got cucked the most in terms of them having to meet the 2016 mandate, right? So that's the part of the game where everything unfortunately fell apart and became the kind of game that we know it today. So, you know, again, originally, maybe let's try doing this quest. I don't remember what the fuck this is, how this quest plays out. Because we need to like, we're like so cooked in terms of everything right now, in terms of items, in terms of, we need to get stronger before going back and then calling some work. I mean, a lot of Western devs defo selling incomplete games for DLC opportunities. FF15 is the only time that sort of thing happened with good intentions on Tabata's part. This fucking Matsuda, yeah.
Calm and carefree.
There are just so many things that don't make sense in the story, like Noctis and the Royal Arms. Why the fuck are all the Royal Arms spread across the world and not just Insomnia? Why only 13? When there have been more than 113 kings. The royal weapon hunt was so obviously padded, and at the end, he has all the weapons, whether you did the quest or not. So that is a good point. That's actually an excellent point. And what you'll discover from the data mines, I believe, is that essentially it was always the intention, before at least, that you had to complete.
There you are. Thanks.
Oh, let me buy the cookbook. You had to complete
Howdy. Got lots
the
of
Royal
good stuff
Arms
in
quest
stock.
in order to progress the story.
There you are.
At
Thanks,
some point
kindly.
in development,
That's it. What's
they
what?
decided
Come up with
against
a new
this,
recipe.
and they decided that
I can
it
taste
was
that
no
for
longer
you.
necessary for you to do all the Royal Arms.
Oh,
And
Nice. Just one more to go.
that is when things began to go downhill, in which, again, we kind of speculate was probably like 2015-ish, when they started making a lot of drastic changes in an attempt to slop the game together really fast because they could not make the game that they wanted to and that they had planned. So much stuff is missing. Like, do you guys remember Galad from Kingsglaive? You remember Nyx was from Galad, and they made it seem like you were gonna go there?
Oh yeah, nice.
I'm pretty sure the plan was to actually go there, from everything I know. But that was cut. Like, Tabata said that there are many towns in the Duskai region, and now I don't actually think that there's even a single town in the Duskai region, if I'm not, because this is Klein, right? Or whatever it's called. So actually look at the Duskai region. Where the fuck is Duskai actually at relative to this? I guess I don't know the map well enough. I guess it's better. Yeah, so this is Klein, right? Duskai is over here. There's not really, I guess, much in the way of what you'd call towns in Duskai in particular. So I think those were possibly cut. Lestalem is pretty much on the border of Duskai and Klein. Okay. Yeah, so my assumption is that that was all cut from the game. And he said that there were many towns. I don't know if he's talking about those, like, maybe just like a little settlement type area, or like
Maybe
what
got
he means
cold
by
feet.
town.
Maybe he's a cold corpse. If you meet him, could you ask him if the deal's still on?
New in town, are you? Well, go on. Here you go. Enjoy.
Let me see.
Come back again.
Do you think Verum Rex will just be a watered down version of Versus 13, or because of Cage, or to be a better version of Verum Rex that won't be weighed down by Fabula Nova Crystallis lore? So I don't think I would say that like Versus was ever like weighed down by the lore. I think it was actually going to be the title that used the lore the actual best. So if anything, I would say that like Versus was going to be the best game to uplift the lore, from my understanding. The lore in the 13 series, I don't think is the best. It's the weakest in. I don't know which 13 game I'd say it's the weakest in, but like, I don't really care for Fabula Nova Crystallis in 13's context in a lot of ways. I think that it kind of ends up being one of the weaker. Actually, shit, have we gone? Have we gone here yet? Actually, don't know. Let's try going here to this settlement. Maybe we have. But yeah. But it might be watered down because of Kingdom Hearts, certainly. Depending on if it is a Kingdom Hearts title, right? Because if it has to have Disney in it, it cannot be versus. Like, absolutely cannot be.
To show your scrawny body.
Hey,
Fight the dragon in Castle Mark. I'm going to, but like, we don't have shit right now in order to fight him with, and we're under leveled.
If you say so.
So if I go back in there, I'm cooked. We also need to just buy some stuff in general before we go back in there.
What can I do for you?
We'll get some, because I'm just cheesing it. I'm sorry, bros. I don't really give a fuck. There we go. Yeah.
Thank you.
Till next time, Dan.
Let me see. Is there a... Wait, is there not like a restaurant thing here for hunts and such? No. I thought there might have been. Okay. We can turn that quest in. Quest location. Oh wait, have we not done some of these? We can knock those out too real easy. You should look in at the Ascension tab and unlock more stuff for your party members so that they can do more, but also their party abilities. There are some that help out so much against higher level enemies and bosses. Just using regroup does hold you back a lot, of course. Let's take a look at that, actually. Yeah. We'll do. Oh, we do have AP. I was like, I don't think I have any AP, but I actually have a fuck ton of AP. So what do we spend it on? What's in the combat tab? I think we need to look at teamwork though. MPF phasing. Air dance. What does air dance do? Air step after mid-air attacks with an unlimited number of times with the solo. Okay, that's cool. Techniques. Complete stack bar. Okay. Center teamwork. Further boost link strike damage. Boost shock damage. Heal an ally with a... Okay. That's probably really important. I feel like there was something else related to healing. Increase the HP of each party member by twice the number of level gain. Oh, well, that sucks. I should have unlocked that like way faster. Hence the spirit. Yeah. Equip 3 accessory slots. Chocobo races. Gain experiences for long trips in the car. Should have unlocked that way earlier. Take photos in battle. Not worth it. Gain AP for cooking someone's favorite food. Why not? I don't know if that one's worth it. Aim for catching fish. Wait, you didn't unlock that? That explains the low HP? Well, never mind it. Yeah, that actually does explain the low HP. I should have unlocked that like immediately, bro. I fucked up. Oh, scan enemies even faster and using Libra. Oh wait, this is wait mode. Never mind. Wait mode shouldn't even have like its own thing, bro. Like, The fuck? Damage inflicted by armature chain. Reduce armature bar depletion. Sure. Gain AP for executing armature chain. Sure. Gain unlimited AP after executing armature chain. Gain AP for conjuring armature chain. Sure. Extra power craft. Enhance. Okay. Potency. Those are all really good too. More elementals. That. Critical hit rate after taking them out of damage. Recover HP with the fully stocked first aid kit when HP is low. Not enough AP for that, but we probably should have done that. Boost an ally's critical whenever taking them out of damage. I think we'll do that. Oh wait, I probably should have done expert first aid, actually. Which one was that under? Oh, you're right. I did ignore teamwork. My bad. Well, I didn't ignore it because I was looking at these. Yeah, I already have most of it unlocked and everything is like 99. So I saw the Resident Art podcast about 15. I enjoyed it so much because of your explanation about the game while I was building my model kit. Oh, that's awesome. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, most of it unlocked except for like the maxed out things. And then I figure, okay, let me spend my AP on some of the smaller stuff first. Letting Prompto flinch enemies and Gladio protect Noctis are the main ones you'll need from the teamwork tab, and I guess the free heal from Ignis. Okay. So we can start working toward those. And then because we need to go back in the console mark 2 and finish that shit up. You tried any of the mods on Cursed Forge? Like which ones?
Hey, this one's pretty good.
I know. I dig it too.
Well taken.
And let's turn this into Talkit. For party skills, you should try prioritize Prompto's Trigger Happy. It is insanely strong. Okay, cool. We'll prioritize that then. I just realized it's been 4 years to this day since KH4 was announced. I know.
What? Oh, really?
In 2022.
Whoa! Yes! I got them all now! Thank you so much, Prince Noctis.
Okay. So, do we head back in the console mart now, I guess? We got elixirs and Phoenix Downs, which we are going to, like, cheat, basically. Okay. Fuck it. I guess we're going back in. So that's like the last major thing I wanted to do. before we head to Altissia. There's definitely other, like... Go back in, King, eat some food and you'll be fine. And also make sure you equip Prompto's first party skill, the single powerful shot one.
Right behind you.
It's underrated, TBH, especially for single targets. Okay. Cool deal. Okay. Let's do it. Let's fucking go. Make sure we get some elements before we head in. KH4 will be PlayStation 6, I believe. Yeah, 100%. KH4 is going to be a cross-gen title. I don't think there's much question about it, because if PlayStation 6 is coming next year, and Kingdom Hearts 4 at the earliest is coming next year, there's just no question.
Let's call it a day.
I'll see what I can whip up.
Whether or not, you know, it's going to be. I think this is probably the best thing. Boost our HP by 1500. Increase in, dang, that's also pretty good. But I don't think we need more experience at this point. I think we're good, honestly. Well, we kind of do, actually, but we won't need it after we finish Castle Mark. Or whatever the fuck it's called. What the fuck?
Hey, isn't that...
Isn't what?
Oops.
Just my imagination.
So in the most... oh, yeah. Because some of the people that worked on Project W...
You bet.
Let's hit it.
Ended up working on Expedition 33, right? Something like that.
So, where are we staying tonight?
Here works. Camp it is.
Okay.
I'm not scared. My hands are just shaky. Well, that was fun.
Hopefully the enemies have not
You want
respawned.
to turn back now?
Because, like, this whole dungeon is just enemy slop. Oh, sweet. The enemies have not respawned. Oh my god, yes. Yeah, because this dungeon is fucking... Oh, yeah. Equip Prompto with Pierce, per your recommendation. Piercer? Which is, like, his first technique, I think. Do I have anything broken in terms of like stats to just get through this shit? I can use the Versus 15 outfit, which has pretty busted stats. The Magitech suit thing is just kind of cheating. Which at this point I'm not opposed to. But No, that's fine. I'll just use this broken ass. I don't think you need to cheat here. It's just one boss and it's perfectly manageable. Okay. I'm gonna use this anyway because I'm fucking done. Bro, I crashed out so damn hard last stream. Because of how much I hate it. I doubt the actual dragon fight itself is gonna be that big of a deal. Like, it'll probably be fine. But the Iron Giant fights were so fucking annoying and unbelievable that I could not contain myself. I was so angry. I don't think I've crashed out at a game that hard in a while. Like, complete meltdown on stream. I could not handle that shit anymore. Oh, we already have max fire. Okay.
Not sure we've been here. Let's check it out.
We actually have, though, bro. I'm surprised that Square hasn't republished the Cage books and manga. It makes me think Cage 4 is further out than just 2027. They are dead quiet on Kingdom Hearts. It's actually kind of insane, right? But, you know, they did prepare something originally to ease the weight. And that was Missing Link. And that got canceled. Part of me thinks that they should have just operated Missing Link as at a loss, just to fill the void for Kingdom Hearts. But they were so confident that Missing Link was not going to make any money that they just said, fuck it, we'll just scrap 6 years worth of development time, which I personally find absolutely mental. But that is what they decided was best. I wouldn't have mind Missing Link being a live service, but remove the gacha. Make every story update a paid DLC and put it on consoles and PC too. They don't do games like that anymore, man. It's crazy. Because you know why? People used to complain about that type of model. People said that model was greedy. But you know what they did love? The generous gacha. They loved gacha so much. They were like, gacha? Now that's generous, bro. It's free. I didn't even have to pay for this. And yeah, that kind of became the thing too. A little upsetting, I think, honestly, that people kind of preferred that over, I think, just paying for games regularly and not, you know. But yeah, you can't pay for games regularly anymore because somewhere down the line, people decided that gacha was the better experience. And companies didn't mind that either, because companies are like, oh, we make way for fucking much more money on gacha than we do on like just paying for updates and stuff. Yeah, but I mean, like, and that's always the thing too, right? Is that you have to, yo, why the fuck are you dead? I didn't even know you were down. What the fuck?
Oh, hi there, opening.
Like, what the fuck did Noctis even do there? Oh, he has a built-in Doom mechanic? Okay. fuck. Okay. Why are you dead, bro?
Could be worse.
Oh my god. I just wanted to defeat the enemies here because I was like, okay, maybe since now we're just like, fuck it, we'll use items, I'll gain some levels here. But then it's just enemy slop. Like 100%. Yeah, the silence on KH is really, you know, disheartening, but I'm hopeful that KH will come out next year. That's my guess. I think Ever Crisis, you know, like I'm not a huge fan of doing of that type of thing either, you know? The only reason I played Dissidia Duellum is specifically because I don't view it as a narrative game, right? Well, because it really isn't. But if it was like a narrative game, then I would not play it. Like if that was my central purpose for playing it. Because I think that... Can you hurry the fuck up? Yeah, I know, right? That took an oddly long amount of time. What the fuck was that? I don't know, dude. The game became sentient for a second. That's the problem with Dissidia Duellum. Balanced gameplay and the narrative balance really well with Duodecim and Opera Omnia. So I'm gonna be real. I skip the cutscenes in Duellum. Like, I don't even look at them. Because I straight up don't care. I just want to do the next multiplayer thing because I think that's more fun than all the other stuff. I know people are gonna hate me for saying that. Fair enough. You're right. But I actually am glad that the game doesn't have a single player mode because I just wouldn't use it at all. Like I just don't care for to play it single player. I want to actually like hop on with other people and play PvP. Did we do all of the things? Am I able to proceed? And if so, how? Oh, I just go over here, maybe? But then wait. Chat, does anyone remember how we continue? There's a hole on the other side of the room you can crawl through under. Okay. Let's see if we can find it. Huh. Actually, where's the quest marker at then, maybe? Is that... So sorry, I mean you need to go down below. You need to go one floor down. The one with all the squares. Oh, wait. Because this is the bottommost floor from here, right? We can't go down further from there. Did you know no one wrote the lyrics for Somnus? No, actually. Like one of the floor tiles. Yeah, I mean, we already did this one. That one also has a check mark on it. Completed that. I think there was one that let us interact with it, but I thought it had a check mark on it already. Yeah, this one will let us proceed. The one that doesn't have a check mark on it won't let us interact. The only one that will let us interact is this one. Let me see. Let's just find out. Is that a jacket mod? Yeah. I just equipped it because we're under leveled and I crashed out last stream at this dungeon, so. Let's see, because this is the only one that's letting us proceed in any fashion, so.
Eyes peeled, mouth closed.
Okay, that's good. I'm using mod weapons right now to just melt through this. Because I hate this fucking dungeon. So, I am very insistent that a Final Fantasy musical would be one of the best things to ever happen to the series. Like, I 100% believe. Actually, oh my god, let me see something. Okay, wait, those are the Phoenix Downs I already had. Okay. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. That made me... Okay, I was like, wait, it did save our progress from the last time, right? Imagine, though, if it didn't. Oh my god, I'd be... I want to get it on PC simply to put Noctis in his Versus 13 outfit from the trailer. You have a lot of different options. This actually isn't the best Versus 13 outfit mod. It's another one, honestly. But I just did this one because it's got the best stats. Which I need to be able to tolerate this dungeon and terrible fight and enemy. Just terrible encounter design. Don't tell me. Oh, don't tell me. Oh my god, don't tell me. Don't tell me, bro. Okay, at least it's just one Iron Giant, though. It's just one Iron Giant. It's just one. We can do that. We can. We got it. We got it. We left this one somehow. It's okay. Does he need to redo the puzzle, or is this a respawn? Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me that I have to redo the puzzle. And that this is like not... It's just a respawn, you don't need to do it? Okay. But this is the only one that let me down. So I'm actually kind of concerned that I do need to redo it.
You're up. Nice one, Prompto. Gladio, do it.
I'm getting nervous now. You don't need to redo the whole thing, don't worry. Once you clear this one, you should be able to progress through further. Okay. Okay. Don't make me crash out, bros. Please.
Let's go, fellas. Ready.
myself sometimes.
Your ego is what amazes me.
Frankly, I'm just amazed we actually made it.
My thing is, why does it have a check mark on it? And then it wants us to do it again. You don't need to redo. Wait. By going. Oh! That hole in the wall. No! Okay. No, it's okay. We can redo it. We can redo it. It's just more experience, bros. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. We can speed run it. We can speed run it. I'm not Laguna, I promise. I promise. Okay. If you laugh, you need to redo the whole puzzle. Fuck you. I see. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm a fucking genius, bros. I'm a fucking genius, actually. I opened the fucking shortcut. Y'all didn't even know about this shit. Y'all didn't even know about this shit. I opened the goddamn shortcut. You know why? Because I'm a genius, chat. I'm like the best person at video games, like ever. Ask anybody. They will tell you. Okay, let's see.
Hey, you want to watch where you're going?
No luck.
The door is locked. Oh, fuck.
Guess we'll need another key.
The key.
We can't even do it yet because we don't have the key. And I don't think you can get the key until you go to Altisha. No, that's a deep dungeon? Oh, wait. So then is this not the right way? This isn't what you're looking for? Okay. Then where the fuck is the dragon? I know there's a dragon in here. Isn't there? You don't need the key? Okay. Where the fuck is it? The door leads to a different dungeon? Right. Is there anything else? I think the only way to go is back up. Wait. Waiting for the Garfield cart any percent speed run. That's funny. I also don't trust Square's ability to make an actual good gacha in a gacha environment. Yeah, I think Duellum is fun despite. Go up again, bottom left. Okay. Look at a guide. I think I might need to. Cause I don't remember how to do this at all. Maybe we can use that middle square now? Okay, let's see. Shit, no. Wait. I'm gonna crash out, maybe. We'll see. Maybe. Because why is that one checked off? And then, okay, now it won't let me down. Oh my god, I do think... Watch it let this one open. And I do need to do them all at one time. Oh my god. I do think I have to do them all. Oh my god, I do think you actually have to do them all at once. Then why is it making me go back through all of them?
I'm going all out. Just don't get too carried away.
Oh, Mr. Nice Guy!
That's crossing the line. My hands slipped.
Oh my god. The demons respawning is not a good omen, let's say. Yeah, because they didn't respawn anywhere else, dude.
Never fear.
I'm looking up the guide. Okay, thank you.
You're on fire today. None the worse for that.
All the panels need to be done. I did them once. But that's not enough. Okay. Let's see if we can just... If we can just cheat. Fuck it, dude. Like... Let's see if we can just cheat the whole thing. I found something weird about it. Okay, what does that say? What's the TLDR on that?
How should we do this, Noct? Just
Because I am kind of crashing out, like super low key. So I'm gonna just use the invulnerability suit.
One last potion suffice to finish them off.
never knew what hit him.
And then see if we can... Apparently things can diverge here and you need to go a specific way in these squares or you end up dealing with more enemies or something. Quote, one random trigger leads to a fork in the road. Do not go to the right. If you do, you'll end up in a room with enemies again. An even bigger heart. Just go straight ahead at the fork. Then follow the path to a new area. The video shows people how to reach the secret fork. Oh god. I think this is the right way. I don't know. When you're in the maze section, you'll spot a two paths that come... well, first of all, thank you, Dunkverse, for the super chat. When you're in the maze section, you'll come to a spot with two different paths to choose from. Okay. So, I don't think I've had that yet. Is that fucking Garuda I hear?
They won't know what hit him.
Are you serious? For flans?
And on we go.
Indeed.
Right.
For fucking flans. And not what I needed Garuda for the most, by the way. And so on the map, you need to follow the arrow leading north. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to get down here, fight another iron giant or two, and then,
Really?
yeah, fight another iron giant or two. Yeah, dudes, I think I just have to do it over. Like, I think it's gonna make me 100% just do it over. But this time, we can be a dirty little cheater and just cheese through it. was the wrong one, just go in the staircase? What the fuck? Either that or you're missing the secret route. Maybe use the video. Okay. Maybe so. You don't have to do it over, just look at the guide you sent. Okay. Let's look at it then.
Oh, hi there, opening.
Everyone got different advice. Let's see. Guys, don't you love how Garuda just like all of a sudden is like, bro, he needs me. It's been so long since I've done this dungeon, bro. It's been so long since all of us have done this dungeon.
Oh, hi there, opening. Nice one,
Yeah. Magnificent.
And is this also?
I want to just flop onto a hotel bed.
Cannonball for me.
Camp's not gonna cut it tonight.
Huh. How does that work? Oh, I guess that this is all the same room, but the enemy spawns will be different depending on which way down you take. Okay. That's how. At least you're getting a ton of experience. Yeah, that's true. Let me look at the guide real quick. Okay, I'm looking at it. Wait, I'm so confused. Where the video starts, I like already don't understand like where this is actually at. Cause it's like they're going to the staircase essentially, and then let's take this off for a second while we figure this out. They're like going down to a staircase and then it's opening up. And I don't understand what the fuck. Huh? Maybe check this video? Okay, let me see. This is not adding up. Okay, let's see this written real quick. Interact with these cubes first. You have to clear all three and face increasingly hard bosses. Follow the cubes you can interact with to get to the boss room. The green cube always leads to the final boss and gets acceptable after completing the first three. Okay. So that would be this one right here, I think. Wait, no. It's not that one. It is, let me look at the map again. Green cube will always lead to the final boss and gets accessible after completing the first three. Wait, and this is... Oh, wait. So then I might have to do... Wait, why the fuck is the map inverted? Whenever you look at... Or it looks inverted to me. Wait, no, that one's that one. Oh, no, it's not. What the fuck? So I think he's saying that this one over here always leads to the final boss. My understanding is that I still have to do this one right here. It's not inverted. I'm just stupid. I was looking at it backwards. Yeah, so I think I have to do this one here and then that one. Because that one said you had to do this, this, and then this one leads to the final boss. Right? Someone in the comments said the 10-year time skip happened to me inside this dungeon. That's so funny. Yeah, because that's the one that leads to the final boss and it's not open.
Huh.
Yeah, because the one that leads to the final boss is this one. I do think that, like, it's necessary for them to be done all at the same time, for better or worse. Mostly for worse. Imagine if we didn't have, like, the Magitech exosuit, though. Like, imagine. Holy shit. The crash out would be unbelievable. But thankfully we do have it. And I wasted my time last stream for nothing. Wait, I found a comment saying that the Northwest Passage also takes you to the final boss. Instead of pushing the floor cube the third time, you need to push the one in front of you? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck.
That thing I eat now. Eyes peeled, mouth closed. Don't do anything like it.
Same to you.
Wait, is that like a shortcut or is that... I'm actually kind of confused on that what's happening. Okay, we'll do this one really quickly because we can use the Magitech exosuit. And that lets us melt through this shit.
Nonetheless, for that.
Okay. We'll do this. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Times. Enough talk. Time for some action.
So we'll cheese through this real fast. And then it should let us into the boss arena. Maybe. They really cut the core scene in Dust Sky, but not this. It's crazy. I know. I know. And then hopefully, chat, if we don't get to that fucking dragon today, like, the crash out that will be had by me. This dungeon is why Core never joins the party. He's too old for this shit. I believe it. Yeah, these suits are like awesome, bro. You just melt through the whole game with this. There's a limited time that you can use them though, so you can't just leave it on. I may have fucked up by putting this on right now and not in the actual Iron Giant arena right before it, but we should have enough time, I think. Honestly, just in case, I'll take it off. Oh wait, is this the one? Oh, never mind. Put that shit back on. I think this is the last one. How much charge do... Oh, we got so much charge on this thing. Leave that bitch on, bro. Leave that bitch on. We got so much charge on that.
Time to book. Yeah.
I can keep this deal in check. Well, here we are.
Don't touch anything. Wait, check the guy. Wait. What am I doing wrong? How much time is left on the suits? No, but they still seem fairly charged.
Oh yeah.
Okay. It's not like we... I don't think that there's like a different choice that you can make here, right? You're going the right way? Okay. Cool. Because this way looks way different than the other ways, right? Because they didn't have this many twists and turns. Also, some helpful landmarks could have made this a lot better. Bros. Lack of checkpoints makes this dungeon worse than it should be. You're so right. Because with checkpoints, this wouldn't be a terrible dungeon at all. But the lack of them just makes this thing so unbelievable. Speed through it even faster, bros. I just want that royal arm. What did you miss? Me wandering around in the dark. Trying to figure out video game. And not being able to figure out video game. Okay. So it's definitely down. Oh, fuck. There's a fork here. I think I go this way. This is the fork they were talking about? Okay. Left? Okay. That has to be left, right? Because that's the only place with like, yeah, with like shadow on the map that we haven't gone yet. Okay.
Let's hope it's not a tragedy.
Don't go to the one that leads to death. Well, as long as I got my suit on, brothers. I think we're gonna be good on the death front. My only concern is just actually making it to the goddamn dragon. Like, that's like it.
You think?
I don't know why they thought like making a dungeon where everything looks the fucking same and you can easily get turned around going a million or like going the same way over and over again. I don't know why they thought like, yo, bro, we're hella cooking with this shit. Like, just for thematic reasons? Yeah, I guess so. I guess if you were to make like a really confusing dungeon like this, like in real life, if that was your goal, then you would like want it to be like someone is like going around in circles. You know, you'd want them to feel lost and unable to find their way.
Let's do this.
Right. To control to duly noted. Well, here we are.
Fuck it, bro. Armature. Wait, I didn't use it. R1 plus L1 to deny the truth. Always be delusional, chat. Let's fucking go. Okay, that's a path. That isn't a path, right? Just making sure that there's only one path that we can go. Okay, cool. There's just one at this point. And it's this one right here. Which will lead to the dragon and not Iron Giant. See, that's not Iron Giant. That's not Iron Giant. That's not Iron Giant. We are, oh my god, the dragon is soon, brother, soon. We shall face the dragon. Cutting this dungeon would have been best. Yeah, actually, that would have been a pretty solid idea, I think. Okay. Are you hearing the voices scream in your head already? You've been here for so long. I don't hear any voices. I don't hear any voices. There's no voices. What voices? What voices? What voices? What voices? There's no voices. There's just getting to the dragon, which is coming up, right? Right? Right, Chad? Please fucking tell me I'm going there like that. Okay. Okay. That's the only one to go through, right? So we proceed. We proceed. Yo, NSP, I tricked you. You're about to go up against 4 Iron Giants and 2 Snake Ladies. I will crash out in ways that people have never crashed out before. I think I see the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel on the mini-map. So I think we're almost there. Holy shit, this has been a journey that I do not want to go on again. This has been the most traumatic experience in a video game I've had in a really long time. They thought they were on like some Dark Souls shit with this, brothers. I don't know. They were like, yeah, this is gonna be a classic FF dungeon. Okay, that's not a path. This is the path, which then leads to an elevator, which then leads to the dragon. Which, to be fucking honest, I am just gonna cheese at this point, because I do not give a fuck anymore. I want this dungeon done, bros. I want it done. And then next stream we're going to motherfucking Altissia. Yeah, that's actually the crazy thing about like FF15 overall, is that there's so much game to FF15, but there's really not much story, which is kind of a puzzling thing about the game, and we've kind of found out why. But yeah, like in terms of game, there's so much, right? But I think that's like, it's fairly obvious why there's so much game and not much stories, because when they were doing all these different cuts and everything, it was really easy to
Definitely never been here before.
imagine your game crashing right now. Fuck off.
I wouldn't start celebrating yet. We're not done here.
Yo, imagine the proceed button actually happening instead of a fucking jump.
Guys,
So freaking creepy.
you guys hear that?
Now we know what makes this place run.
Yeah, there's a lot of game, but there's just not a lot of story. But I would trade all of the yo, what the fuck? The scene doesn't even end before he's like, parry it. What the fuck? What in the Expedition 33 is that? Okay, now let's cheat. Praying big FF16, that's your power right now, dude. Let's fucking go. I don't give a fuck, bros. We are cheesing. We are cheating. Let's fucking go. Don't get petrified? Bro, I can't. Not with my fucking suit. Not with my fucking suit, bro. I'm invulnerable, actually, with this suit. Is that Garuda? Let's do it! Maximum cheese! Let's go! I've never been more happy to see her. Where the fuck was Garuda last time? I don't know, man. She just shows up whenever the fuck she wants to. Also, I'm pretty sure her showing up is like a camera. Oh wait, did I disappear? No, I'm fine. What's going on with the camera? Okay. Anyways. No, the in-game camera is freaking out. Oh, okay. My bad. Thought we were having a repeat of when my camera died. I'm really surprised that that did not kill this fucking dragon. Anyways, one of the reasons I wanted to get all the royal arms before we left to Altissia is because... And why the fuck does the dragon have a royal arm? What is the actual story of this dungeon? I think it actually said in like one of the lore things. I have to go back and read. But...
That's game.
This room has so much mystery. It is kind of neat. Yeah, for sure.
That's it.
What's up, Iggy?
I've come up with a new
The
recipe.
new recipe.
Can't wait to try it.
I'll taste test for you. Okay. Back to wearing normal people shit. Kinda. The dragon stole the royal arm from a tomb nearby. Oh, okay. Why would the dragon steal a royal arm? Actually. Oh, it's still day. I mean, it's still night. Sweet.
Smell that fresh air. Ah, makes you feel alive.
Yeah, don't get used
Honestly, though,
Such a big deal.
I'm gonna be
Let him
honest.
have his fun. while he's
I
still
thought that
alive.
dungeon was too easy, bro. I thought it was too easy. Mostly because I cheated, but... Oh, that's so true. That's so true. I am on the Texas power grid. Thank you for reminding me that I should in fact save my game because I am on the worst power grid in the US. I was inspired by this stream. Wait, what the fuck is this? I'm gonna click on it and see what this is. Wait, it won't let me see it. So, I guess not. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the hotel so we could experience Max. Quest location. No, actually, map point. We'll stall them. And then fast travel. Wait, Galden is 2x? Ah, fuck. Okay, let's go to Galden. No, I just forgot that Galden is 2x.
So what's next? Ask around a little?
It's up to Noct.
I thought the only 2x one was Altissia. And since we haven't gone there yet. Map, quest location, do map point. Golden Key. I always want to call it Golden Quay. Oh, Altissia is 3x? Oh, okay. Fuck. Quay. Cleave. Bros. Okay. Cleve Rosfield is the protagonist of Final Fantasy Versus 16. And, in Versus 16, you were actually going to be able to fight Odin for real, like as an icon. It was crazy. And then it had like all these like RPG mechanics in Versus 16. But then they cut it because Yoshi P said that like RPG mechanics aren't realistic. And oh yeah, shit, it's way expensive, but like Golden Keys, like in real life type hotels, they are hella expensive, so it still won't let me see it, Lara. Yeah, bros. That's why I'm still waiting on Versus 16.
Gang's all here, see? Us?
I unironically call 14 1.0 Final Fantasy Versus 14. Because I also think that that's just funny.
Welcome back.
Okay. Let's see if we can do any more hunts. Because I want to start Altisha next stream. So let's just go around real quick and see if there's any more hunts we want to do. But we're ready for Altisha, I think. Okay, this better work. Okay, let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. Okay, now it worked. Let me see if I can put it on stream. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. That's a banger. I love it. Thanks so much, Lara. Okay, well, let's keep going. You know, it is also kind of crazy too that that they didn't use any of the game's side quests to like explore anything narratively, right? Because so much was used, I feel like on, wait, did we get, let me look at the hunts of this outpost. Let's go here and see if we can see at the hunts. Why you not do the car quest? I should do the car quest. We can knock that out really quick. Just want to see if there was any more hunts I was missing.
Here. Just need to pull in somewhere cool.
For now.
Yeah.
But we're definitely finally going to Altisha next stream. No question. We put it off long enough. I got the thing that I wanted, which was the final royal arm. And so now we're gonna go. And then this is just wrapping up anything else.
Welcome to the crow's nest.
I don't remember if I did any. Okay, I didn't do any of the hunts here. Holy shit. And there's a whole other settlement there too. Okay.
Order whenever you're ready.
This makes me so fucking hungry. I'm going to Korean barbecue tonight, so I'm gonna fucking eat up. But till nightfall, no. Let's go ahead and get all of them.
That's great.
The only vaguely pseudo-narrative side quests in this game are the question marks that lead to adamantoids, the event collabs, ironically the cam tours. I know, and I understand that they like wanted to collaborate with all these developers and it was super cool and fun, but there's part of me that honestly kind of gets pissed off that they were just like doing all that when the game itself was like that, you know what I'm saying? And like, and I'm just like, yo, the game is like not complete, bros. Like, why are we, where the fuck did my phone go? Oh well. And so I do feel like a little bit jaded that they were doing all that shit, and I'm just like, bros, the game barely runs, like at least back then, like when it first came out, and like 90% of the story is missing. What are we doing? Can we not focus on that? But like, I get that wait, why the fuck can't it? It doesn't matter. I can get a chocobo, I think. It's so fucking cheap. I think the mind-numbing open world formula of the side quests in this game add to the charm. No, it definitely does. I actually fully agree. Like, it is open world, the game. Like 100%. And I do actually think it adds to like the fun and the experience of the game. But it's just like that's true. We've had like a ton of glitches even now, and that's like after almost 2 years worth of patches on the game. Actually, yeah, 2 years worth of patches on the game, and then the game still kind of runs semi-questionably at times. So yeah, it's crazy they spent so much time on collabs when the game was an unfinished mess. Yeah, I know. And I feel like they should have just said, dude, sorry, we can't do the collabs. We have too much shit going on that is way more important. And we have to like finish the game. And we need to use this budget to finish the game. You know, I don't know. I compare this to Cyberpunk all the time because I think that's like a very apt comparison. Yeah, it is still like the most open world Final Fantasy. And I think that this game actually burned people on open world like super badly for FF. Wait, what the fuck? Is this one also only night? Okay, shit. I guess I didn't check. How far is... Ah, shit.
You know, just been pumping some iron, getting them... Group's only got room for one musclehead. Then Gladio better step aside, cause these guns shoot to kill.
Prompto, shut the fuck up. What the fuck? I don't understand why there's no point that you can drive to with them. That's fine. I like riding the Chocobo. Chocobos in this game control really well. I want to say they control better than the ones in Rebirth and 16, honestly, but it's been too long, so can't say. But I do feel the satisfaction I get from Chocobos in this game are probably the best.
I'm going on ahead.
Bro says I'm going on ahead and then is like twirling in the back, but okay. This game is nothing short of a miracle, no matter how compromised. Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for the ride.
Nice riding with you.
This is gonna be so easy.
All in together now. How about this?
Let's see. Nice. Great sword's a classic. Actually, let's. Oh, are they weak? Just, are they strong against spears or strong against ice? I don't know.
Another one out. That's that.
There we go.
This sounds like you're having fun.
I want FF17 to
Let's go.
have more seriousness to it than this game, but be more whimsical than 16, if that makes sense. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. But there is a medium between, I think, the kind of whimsy of this game. Well, the first half of this game. This game does get pretty dark. It's just that the dark elements of this game aren't really too explored well. Oh wait, I think this one is, yeah, that one's nighttime only. Fuck me. Let's see. Move on to this one then, while it's still daytime. Like OG Final Fantasy 7? Yeah, or Final Fantasy 10 even. Or
Enough talk. Time for some action.
or like, you know, just Final Fantasy in general, I think.
Big weapon like that? You wide open. Try another.
What the fuck are you saying, Gladio? I'm using the same weapon as you.
Back to it.
Right.
What the fuck are you saying?
Easy now.
And bro's like, only idiots use big weapons. Yeah, I think the 7R games are pretty tight. There's a balance between like the whimsy and seriousness that I think FF usually does pretty well.
We'll meet again.
So I hope to see the balance kind of restored a little bit, maybe. Oh shit. They don't like that ice spear. Let's go. Yeah, I love the camera in this game, bros. It's so good. This is like one of the best cameras in a video game, actually, even. Holy shit, it's so good. The way it zooms in on the trees and gets like the most cinematic angle. Truly a masterpiece. How did they do it?
Perfect or what? I'll give you.
Knocked. Overhead.
Yeah, I don't think 16 had much whimsy, if any. I think some people though, they'll be like, "What do you mean it had no whimsy?" And then they'll show like the scene with like,
Let's go.
Uncle Byron, and then they'll be like, "That's whimsy right there." I'm like, "Yeah, not quite." Wait, what the fuck? Am I not here? Oh. Didn't I do it?
Stay
Did I miss any of them? Okay, I want to fight this anyway. Let's see. These things are so fun to fight.
Get back! Let nothing stand in your way. You got my back? Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? There they are, okay.
Rush him! Counter! Gotta love it! Not the time for horseplay! Meaning to do that. Hello.
Sling strike is pretty tight. I love it. Bro, are there more fucking Imperial soldiers? That's crazy. Their spawn rate for them is like so ridiculous sometimes. It just...
No mercy.
Okay.
We're outnumbered. I propose we take them out one by one.
I suppose we get the fuck up out of there, honestly. Because there are way too many that spawn. Link Stark animations are so expressive. I think they should have had something similar in 16 for sure. Like just being able to do like some type of like Link Strike thing with Jill would have helped that game's like sense of I'm a really tough guy doing it all on my own. That the gameplay depicted, but then the cutscenes tried to tell you, no, you need the help of others. But then the gameplay starts, and it's like, actually, you don't need the help of anybody. Which is like just a crazy disconnect, because the story is trying to say Final Fantasy, you need party members and people to support you, and then the gameplay is like, actually, fuck those guys. You just need you, brother.
Seems we found what we were looking for.
Oh, let's do it. This mechanic is so goofy, but I do actually enjoy it for some reason. When all it like literally is hit circle, and then you and your bros just like come in and like 600 plus damage, 900 plus damage, final link.
Yeah, brilliant.
What the fuck? Yeah, I mean that's why it's a thing in this game, is because obviously at launch they knew you wouldn't be able to play as the other party members. So one of the things that they wanted to do to make it feel like you weren't just strongest guy ever who didn't need anybody was be able to give you things like link strikes and commands that you could use on your party members. And even when we are doing like Noctis gameplay like this, I would say it is pretty helpful for making me feel like I am constantly working together with my party as a team. It really is successful in that, so. But that being said, when it comes to like Final Fantasy 17, what the fuck, Garuda? Okay, well that ended that. Garuda's not showing up when I'm prompto. I also think that this is just like the most fun shit to do. Oh, oh wait, that just does that.
Prompto still with us?
So far, so good.
Yeah, I am curious about like what was meant to happen with the playable Sid stuff, because he did kind of tease that. I think it was probably meant to be as he like suggested. Like I think that they did have it in, like they wanted to do it, and they were probably going to get funding if the PC version did really well, and then the PC version didn't do well, and I guess the rest is kind of history, right? Oh, I can't warp strike as Gladio, guys. Here we go. Yeah, so I think you know, Yoshi P wasn't lying when he said all that. I think he was telling the truth. That if the game sold well enough, they had every intention on making it so that you could play as the other characters. And then those sales did not happen. It kind of does seem... Actually, can I just go back to the car? And then go out?
Hey, want to hit up the crow's nest?
If you wish to put on
I love 16, but man, it feels like the one guy dog plus combo finisher gameplay is purely there to make pre-existing fans preemptively hate it. I mean, that was a lot of the comments about it before it launched, is that people were just like already discounting it. And I was willing to give it a chance based on that, because I was like, well, maybe they'll, you know, still kind of get it right this time. I don't know. Or maybe the action will be so good that I won't mind not playing as other characters, and then I don't feel like that ended up being the case for me personally. But yeah, I think it would have been great though if they could have added that to the PC version.
Let's go.
I think that's the first time that something really got teased like that, and then it didn't happen in that way. Because usually when they throw something out there like that, they're like already working on it, right? And they'll just tease it so that you go buy the PC version. But typically, since making like playable characters and stuff takes a long time, they'll already
Well, time to call it a night.
I think 16 convinced me party is mandatory. Yeah. Well, a combination of 16 and the 1.0 version of this game, I've become very radicalized on party, to the point of where I'm like, there is no Final Fantasy without party for me anymore. 100%. So again, I don't know if I was that radicalized on it before, but now I'm like 1000%. There is no Final Fantasy without party for me now. Are you fucking serious, Garuda? Holy shit, dude. Why? Alright, how about we not fucking miss the actual...
Was that perfect or what? I'll give you that.
At least Final Fantasy 15 was planning to have playable party members, but they weren't able to finish in time due to the deadlines. While 16 was never really planned it for the base game. Yeah. It's also kind of insane too when you think about it that they saw the reaction to Final Fantasy 15 not having party members, and then people complained the whole time until they added party members to this game again. And then after that happened, they still decided to not have party members for 16. I just feel like that's like mental. Like if 17 gets announced and they're like, yeah, we decided that we're not gonna have party members again, like I'm like gonna crash out. I don't even think I'll like want to talk about 17 if that happens again. I think I'll just be done with FF, like if this happens a third fucking time. But at least again, this game had like a legitimate excuse, and they ultimately still added the party members back in later, right? But also, you could still control their equipment in this game. You could still, you still had different aspects of them. You just couldn't control them directly. And even when you're not controlling them directly, it still feels like you do have party members in this game fully, you know?
Folk here are real friendly.
Yeah, everybody greets you.
Same. If they skimp on party members in 17, I'm gonna riot. It's no matter what else they do, right? No matter what else happens, if they shit out on party members in 17, I think I'm just done with FF. Like I think it's just over. Like I don't think I'm interested in this anymore. It's that critical now. I was so wrong to say it was okay before. I do think is like the most important facet that has to be there. Like, I've seen some pretty radical opinions from people online on how FF should follow the direction of whoever's in charge and not follow the norm of what FF has done in the past, which is odd because the person in... Oh, I don't think it finished.
Ignis, pull over a sec. Certainly.
Man, it's hot.
Hot. More like sweltering.
I need now.
I just think it's so weird how many people were quiet about this for any at all for FF16. When 15 did it, it was apparently the end of the franchise. That is kind of true. It did kind of get away with it more than 15, but I guess because 15 set the precedence for it, maybe people didn't mind as much. I'm not sure.
Say your prayers.
Fall in together now.
How about this? No one Mr. Nice. Ignis, ready.
Nice.
Here goes.
Yeah, in 15, I think playable party members is even more important than 16 having playable party members, because this game, yeah, being about brotherhood, I do think that this game, the importance of... Oh, what the fuck? I didn't even know this could happen. She can like spawn out. Oh, she joined our party. Oh, that's what it is. This is a patch thing that came later, I'm pretty sure. Nice. Let's try her out.
Far less trouble than anticipated.
Have a nice flight.
Yes, we're gonna do this to kill one level 14 Flan. Maybe two. That did literally fucking nothing. What the fuck, Arnea?
Rush him. Counter.
Do it. Do something. Okay, there you go. Okay, let me read your comment over again. I've seen some people have some pretty radical opinions from people online on how FF should follow the direction of whoever's in charge and not follow the norm of what FF has done in the past, which is odd because the person in charge can have control of the story and lore of a new FF, but needs to keep things consistent from how past games worked with mechanics and elements of FF. Right. Yeah, I do think that whoever is in charge is still has to yield ultimately to the brand, because if they're not doing that, what is the point of it being Final Fantasy? Like, then we should just be like allowing them to make new IP, right? At some point. Like, there's a reason for Spoken is not mainline, or not even a Final Fantasy game, I should say. Like, it shouldn't be, right? Because that's way too far from... Okay. I think I've had enough of Iron fucking Giant. Hold on one sec. Okay. Let's get our chocobo and go there. Actually, let's make sure we save this real quick. Hey, we've almost hit 30 hours. Which means by the time we finish,
let's go.
We'll probably have like 40-ish hours in the game. Yeah. And I don't agree with like the sentiment that Final Fantasy is just when Crystal's in Shiva. Obviously those things are important, but like there needs to be like there has to be some type of gameplay associated with Final Fantasy. It can't just be. And I hate when people say, have you played Final Fantasy 2 NSP? It's been changing since Final Fantasy 2. Final Fantasy 2 is still not that radically different from Final Fantasy 1. Like, it's still more similar than it is different ultimately. Or it has as many similarities as it does differences, which I can't say that's like the case. And then also with Final Fantasy 3, they kind of ended up making a game that was ultimately a better Final Fantasy 1 still, you know what I'm saying, in like a lot of ways. So I really have never agreed with that take. Final Fantasy is a JRPG with party members. That's the baseline. Absolutely, 100%. Anything else you do on top of that, whatever, right? But like the absolute baseline is that Final Fantasy is a JRPG with party members. I think that is like the core fundamental.
Bring it on.
Okay. I have to lock in for this one. Okay. Yeah, I love shit cameras in video games.
Sorry.
Thanks. I owe you one.
Oh, he got him. Wait. What the fuck?
All right.
Even our best still isn't good enough.
Not with that attitude, it isn't.
Pull it together, champ.
I know.
Sorry to break this up.
Hey, here we go. Yeah, insta kill is gnarly, bros. Are you fucking serious? Garuda? We'll see.
You owe me one.
Get you back later.
Wait, where is Iggy at? Oh, here he is. Shit.
Whoops.
Get up.
One false move and we're done for.
We can turn the tide yet.
Ignis!
We must regroup.
Everyone regroup. On it.
Uh-huh.
Bro, he's behind the rock, so I can't target him. This is so ridiculous. Oh shit. It might be Jover bros. Can two downed bros not help each other out? No. But Ignis can make them regroup.
Sure.
Yep.
We must regroup. Bro, are you serious? Holy fuck.
That was close. Too close.
Fuck it. Garuda, I'm ready. Shockwave, FPS Studio, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Remember the time Aaron Paul was in an FF movie? I know. It's so crazy to even think about now.
Whoops.
That movie honestly did do a lot though for helping promote this game. Garuda left, you scared her? Dang, bro.
Yeah.
We got him anyways. Who would win? Yojimbo or Odin? Yojimbo, because he would just pay to have Odin killed. Yo, why the fuck are these level 2 ass bitches not letting me pick up an item? Holy shit.
Keep it together.
I'm just gonna Ragnarok y'all to death. Also, let me take Ragnarok off and put Ultimate Weapon back on.
Nothing to it.
Does more base damage, even though the Warp Strike isn't nearly as strong as Ragnarok's broken ass. Jesse Pinkman, Final Fantasy, I know. Okay, our rank should actually be way higher now, I think, after we turn all this in. Why can I not return the car? Okay. Well then, fuck you too. Let's just call it Chocobo. Kingslave wasn't that bad, to be honest. I actually agree. I think out of all the Final Fantasy films, Kingslave is probably the best one.
Easy now.
I do think I like it more than Advent Children. TBH. I don't know though, because I haven't seen Kingslave in a long time. Well, yeah, Kingslave and Advent Children are definitely a lot better than The Spirits Within, which is by far
Easy as they come.
the worst Final Fantasy film. Okay, now I can return the car. Make it make sense. NSP went through character development with items. I know. It's tough because you do want to be able to heal, right? Like you do want the game to have a healing mechanic. But then you don't want to use items in this game which are so
Who's up
abusable.
for a bite?
Check gear and
Might wanna
ascension when you
stock
go
up
back.
on
Okay.
potions and stuff.
Nice. You're being helpful for a change.
What do you mean for a change?
Let's turn it all in first. And we'll check up on that. And then I think Altish is happening, brothers.
Welcome. Hey, you're alive.
You know the best way to name your party in FF1? I assure you're going to love it. What is it? Yeah, it has to go through one by one. Like
Welcome
this.
back.
Items aren't really necessary in the early game, but once you get to optional content with way over level enemies, they kind of become mandatory. If only the base game had that difficulty curve. Yeah, and then at the same time, too, that they do feel like they become mandatory,
Hey,
they still
you're alive.
also kind of break the game. So you kind of have to decide how you're going to use items, because I feel like unless you like dedicate your life to like
Welcome back.
playing this game and like, then you can't like. Are you gonna fight the Kenny Crow super boss? I forgot that was a thing.
Hey,
that is a
you're
thing,
alive.
right? Holy shit. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. We'll do some of the super boss fights. I'm looking forward to the super boss fights in the DLCs.
Welcome
The rest
back.
of them. The DLCs, even Comrades, are the only
Hey,
parts where
you're alive.
FF15's difficulty feels somewhat good, and only somewhat. Yeah, that's because the difficulty is controlled because you don't get to choose how many
Sounds
items you have, because
for
you
your
can't
business.
just get infinite potions in the DLCs. Oh shit, brothers, we can fucking ascend. Damn. Heal, protect party leader from enemy attacks with the shield. Okay, we'll do that. Antagonize damage. Shot drop. Ultimate death blow. That sounds cool. I'll do that. Heal an ally. Do I have enough AP for anything else? Warp strike to break demon appendages. Oh, sure. I think that's it for that. Oh, I should have got that. We miss it every single time under recovery. We miss it every single time. Recover HP with a fully stacked. Dang. Every single time I miss it.
I could eat a horse.
It's okay. We shouldn't need it.
Hey there.
We got everything
Bye
from you.
now.
Wait, actually, hold on.
How are you today?
Let me look at this. Okay.
Thank you.
Memories of FF2.
Till
We were
next
just
time.
speaking about FF2. Almost 200 hours, level 83, and my extension tree is 90 to 95% complete. Dude, this game is
See
so...
that over there?
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, there's so much content in this game. It's actually ridiculous for how little story there actually is to the final game. But that's because they didn't have to cut most of the side content stuff, right? Like, they could just keep building the open world stuff, like, with uninhibited. You should check the... Okay, let me check that real quick. So I just got a good greatsword. Oh, can you play it? Blade of the Greatsword of the Fire Core. Oh, okay. I don't think that tops Genji blade though. Barely anything has happened in the story. Yeah, I know. It's actually kind of crazy because basically chapter 1 through 9, nothing happens. And then chapter 10 through 15, the whole game happens in like 5 hours. It's actually insane. You're saying there isn't a treasure trove of cut content, like actual content, not a dungeon, not very. I mean, yeah. There's plenty of stuff, but like I'm sure that like most of it is like main story content though too, and not maybe like as much side content.
Looking for a place
but...
to stay, ain't ya?
Too handsome.
Cantiana's back.
Wait, where? Oh. That's such a horrifying picture. Let's save it.
Nailed it. This should be a hit.
Roughed up pretty good there.
You're lucky to survive that.
The story is set up because the only shit they had to work with was pure setup, and once you get to Altisha, is business to fanfic. Yeah.
So, what you doing?
Nothing much. Just chilling.
Oh, let me.
Cool.
Let's do this again, and this time hopefully not fuck it up. Oh, make small talk. I was trying to record the scene.
That was one hell of a day, huh?
There we go.
But it was fun. Every day's fun. Even when we almost get ourselves killed. I never imagined it'd work out like this. That I'd get to go on an adventure with you guys.
Who would have thought, huh?
So, how long have we been friends now? Let's see. Beginning of high school. So that's 5 years?
Yeah, but we've known each other way longer than that. Ever since elementary school, right?
Huh? You still remember that?
Could hardly forget being gawked at.
Well, you know, it isn't exactly easy being in the presence of royalty.
And when we did meet in high school, you pretended it was the first time.
Yeah, the first time I worked up the nerve to say something.
Conversations like these are what
Feels just
ultimately
like
still
yesterday.
make
You should
this
have said
game
something
special.
sooner.
For sure.
Oh, Noct. You just wouldn't understand. Back then, I was...
A little chubby.
Actually, never mind.
A little thick around the corners.
Hey, you can't just stop halfway.
Yeah, I know. I used to be super shy. Couldn't talk to people. No surprises, but I had no friends. At least not real ones. I was always alone. And there were times when I felt, well, worthless.
Express interest.
That's what's been bugging you?
I mean, when you look at me, you wouldn't think that I'm anything but a fun-loving, happy-go-lucky joker. But that isn't the real me. Behind all the quips and laughs, I'm a mess of hang-ups. I've always felt inferior to you guys. I'm not royalty, and I'm not strong.
You certainly aren't strong.
I'm nothing, really.
You die like
Unlike
every
Gladio,
fucking
I'm not
fight,
good with
bro.
people. The way he connects with them, he's operating on a different level. Unlike Ignis, I'm not smart, and I can't cook to save myself. But when we hang out, it's so much fun. I forget what I'm not. Then reality hits me like a splash of cold water, and I remember that I don't belong. But I want to. Every moment, I'm desperate to earn my place, to prove that I'm good enough.
Send him to bed with me. No, I'm just playing. Let's comfort him.
Think what you will, but I think you're good enough for me.
So, you really think I'm doing okay?
He's
Yeah, I
gonna
do.
let us smash bros.
Anything else?
No.
We're so in.
Nothing at all. I'm sorry I got so real all of a sudden.
You should know better by now. You think I just make time for any old loser?
Huh? Why, you mad, bro?
Fish fried cat, hello.
Seriously, though. Thanks for making time for this loser.
You're welcome. Bitch.
Feels good to get that off my chest.
Happy to hear.
All right, I'm gonna keep on keeping on the only way I know how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do that.
Yeah, you do that. Fucking bottom. Alright, let's make sure we save that. Dang, right there at the 30-hour mark. Okay, sweet. Alright, so next stream, no more bullshit. We're actually fucking doing it. We're going to Altissia. I am not bullshitting you. I'm not lying. It really is going to be the Altissia stream. It's not a joke. We're actually doing it. We're going to fucking Altissia. Imagine your save corrupting and you need to do Castle Mark again. Imagine these nuts. Actually. Okay. We're going to raid our bro HMK. And I will see you all Friday for the next stream. If you're on YouTube, hopefully there'll be an upload on Friday. Today's Friday. I mean Monday for the next stream. I have my days mixed up. I'll see you Monday for the next stream. Whichever fucking day it's supposed to be. Anyways, I love you. Take care. Peace.